Accessibility Act standards. Will provide standard shoulders, will improve safe routes to schools, and improve bicycle and pedestrian facilities. So this slide shows a general cross-section of what the project will look like. We have currently north of 14th Street, it's a 2-lane facility, and we'll maintain those 2 lanes, those 2 through lanes, as well as the 2-way left turn lane or the left turn pockets that are currently out there, and we'll be adding that facility all the way through. And we'll be also adding auxiliary lanes. If you want to go to the next slide. So this is kind of a blow up of the initial part of the project. This is the intersection of 14th Street going northbound. And you can see the improvements where we'll have the 2 through lanes, the 2-way left turn lane, as well as the auxiliary lanes that will continue. Currently, as I talked about northbound, that lane drops right in front of the Dollar Tree. But that will continue northbound through the length of the project up just underneath to just beyond the Binney Junction interchange. And we'll show you that in just a minute. Then we'll have 2 lanes, the through lane that's there now and another auxiliary lane coming southbound, as well as we'll maintain the right turn lane that is at the 14th Street going around the ballpark, the baseball park there. Moving up to 16th Street, we're going to be adding, we'll be signalizing this intersection. Currently, there's an uncontrolled crosswalk there that the people that have to cross, they cross at that uncontrolled intersection. We will signalize that intersection to help with cars getting in and out off the state route system and onto 16th Street, or vice versa from 16th Street out heading northbound. And the biggest benefit to that will be the protected crossing for pedestrians and bicyclists if they want to utilize that crossing in the future. We will have sidewalks, as we showed in the typical section. There'll be sidewalks on both sides of the road, a minimum of 6 feet sidewalks, and with some planting on both. Those are some of the complete streets facilities that we're talking about having. It'll be similar to what you've see on East Street with that other project, where we have some trees and some beautification to kind of give some buffer between the people that are walking as well as the traffic. So it'll look really nice. Moving on to, we'll move a little farther south. This represents alternative 1. There's a couple of 2 alternatives that we have in this project. And so this alternative proposes to replace the Marysville underpass with a structure to the north. So if you advance that slide for me. Thank you. So this is the Binney Junction, or the Marysville underpass. Some people refer to it as the can opener. The bottleneck, there's a picture on the left of a tractor that was jammed underneath the bridge. On the right side is the current situation where you have the pedestrian tunnel, no shoulders. The new bridge and the old structure has about a 14-foot, 1-inch clearance, and that's it. The new structure will be 4 lanes, or 2 lanes, or 2 through lanes, and then we'll have the auxiliary lanes on both sides. So it'll have 8-foot shoulders and a minimum 6-foot sidewalk going through. And the really neat feature about that is we'll have the sidewalks on both sides of the road. Currently, you don't have that on the west side of the highway going underneath there, and people go through the tunnel. It's been improved, great improvement, but it's still sometimes kind of sketchy. And so this new facility will open things up. It'll be brighter, lighter, and people will be able to see. The current facility, again, is 14-1. We'll be lowering the roadway about 6 feet to provide a 17-foot 7-inch clearance underneath that structure. The train trestle will remain at the same elevation that it currently does. This, one of the benefits that I talked about is improved freight mobility. As you all know, we have issues with people hitting that. It's a tight spot, a bottleneck. Even if there's no traffic, people get nervous driving through it at times. And this is going to open things up and allow traffic to flow through. In cases of emergency, if something were to happen, somebody were to wreck and get stuck in there, we got some serious problems if you're trying to move people around or get people evacuated quickly. So just some really big benefits for improving the Marysville underpass. Let's go to the next slide. So this slide depicts some of the picture. The pink is the new structure location, the proposed structure location. The brown is the existing structure. And as we talked about with the lowering of the profile, the roadway about 6 feet, we're proposing to close the access off at 17th Street there in front of the Veterans Memorial. Currently, it's a right turn only coming out of there. And those people that want to use that or that use that which aren't very many, will travel down to 16th and utilize that new signal that we provide to the south. Another great thing about this, as you all know, at 18th Street coming out of the high school, traffic will back up there quite a bit, and trying to get in and out can be a challenge. So the extra lane coming forward will, going northbound, the auxiliary lane will be able to, people will slow down, make that right turn, and it'll be a long, right now you can do that, but it's a very short pocket. So we'll extend that. People that want to drive through will be able to stay and just continue on through in the through lane. Off of 18th Street, we're going to provide 2 left turn lanes to help get that traffic out of off the city streets through Marysville, that people that are trying to get after they've dropped their kids off from school or commuting. There'll be 2 lanes, and we have that auxiliary lane on the southbound to receive that second left-hand turn coming in, and then they can make the right turn as they currently do. So we'll have two left turn lanes at 18th Street. As you can see, the blue area depicts some of the areas that are going to be impacted. The Marysville Youth and Civic Center is going to be impacted with this because we have to realign the train tracks, the railroad, and construct that bridge. So that's going to impact that facility as well as the Yuba-Sutter transit. There's going to be a little bit of impact near the Marysville baseball field, the Little League Park, but it's not going to affect any of how the facility functions. So that will remain functionable and as it is today. Also, we're the roadway will be out when we widen to the east side, will impact a little bit of the high school on that east side. This next slide. So looking northbound at the project continues under Binney Junction underpass and ties into that Simmerly Slough. So let's go to the next slide, please. So the Binney Junction underpass again will be widened to provide those the auxiliary lanes as well as the through lanes. The southbound auxiliary lane starts just a little bit north of this, and we'll show you that in the layout in a second. And the northbound auxiliary lane ends shortly hereafter, after the Binney Junction. Again, with this, you can see on the dotted line there on the left, the existing roadway. So we're widening the road quite a bit to the west or to the east, and we're again lowering that profile approximately, about 6 feet. So we'll be moving this will require us to relocate that east finger levee, the east side of the finger levee, roughly 100 to somewhere around 100 feet, maybe a little more, on the east side. So again, will provide the 17-foot 7-inch clearance. Currently, it's about 14.8 clearance through there. And you can see what the current condition is there on the little picture on the right. It's pretty narrow and not open compared to what it's going to be in the future. Go to the next slide, please. Thank you. This is to show there's going to be some modifications to 24th Street as well. So that Binney Junction structure will be constructed to the south of the existing structure. And we're going to realign a little bit on 24th Street. Again, some of those improvements will have two left turn lanes to go southbound on the state route to get the traffic moving out of there. We're going to signalize this intersection as well at 24th Street to, again, help that traffic flow much better coming on and off and make that better, more efficient. We'll have two left turn lanes, the auxiliary lane on the southbound to take that extra left turn lane, and then the through lanes to move traffic through. I think that's all I need to talk about that one. Just let me mention too that all these signals are going to be interconnected together. So when it'll help set the timing a little bit much better to make that movement of traffic down the state route system much more efficient than it currently is. So we'll be tying all that together. On to the next slide. Okay, so and then as I mentioned, just north of that Binney Junction Bridge, we lose those auxiliary lanes, and the project ties into the Simmerly Slough project. This is the same configuration for alternative 2 as well. So next slide, please. So this is a picture of alternative 2. And again, like I mentioned, the main features of the highway state route system are the same. Both the signalized intersections, really the main difference between alternative 1 and alternative 2 are where the Marysville underpass is constructed. So if you go to the next slide, thank you very much. So again, the pink represents the new structure, the new proposed structure, and the brown is the existing structure. So we will construct that bridge to the south side, and the change in the impacts to this alternative are to the Marysville, or to the Veterans Hall, as well as some of the residents that live back along those streets. All the other features that we've discussed with all the other alternatives, or with the previous alternative, are the same, and we have to. These are required based on the move in the alignments. So I think that's it, and I am ready for questions, or if you have anyone.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I think you stuck within your 15 minutes.
Did my best.
Questions from council members? I know there's members of the public who are interested in also providing input. I just want to just want to give an opportunity to the council members to ask questions. I know there's members of the public out there who have questions themselves. I want to make sure everyone understands that the comments that we make today are to Caltrans, and if the public needs to make sure that they make direct comments to Caltrans, as described by Cameron earlier, through their emails, or you can mail it in to them themselves. You can get a copy of their environmental report, as also featured in their first slide. You can go to their offices and pick it up, or I know that you can probably contact Cameron anytime and call him.
Yeah, my contact information was at the end of the slide, so you're correct, Mayor. They can contact me and I can help them out.
So anyway, I just want to make sure that folks understand this is a Caltrans project, and to make comments official, they need to go directly to Caltrans. Questions from the council? Yes, sir.
I'm concerned about the Veterans Memorial. Are you going to take any of that property on this too? It's on. Cameron?
What was
The
that?
Veteran Memorial Center.
Yes, sir.
I see the blue line, the modification is going to take part of that. What's the plan for readjusting and taking care of those veterans?
We will, as we get through this environmental phase and a preferred alternatives comes along, we will, if that's the preferred alternative, arrangements will be made. The right-of-way agents will meet with them, and there's a relocation assistance program that will help, if required, to relocate the facility and our veterans. Obviously, it's a very tender situation, but we have resources in place to help and assist in that.
When you say assist, that means you will relocate them at Caltrans expense, building, et cetera?
Yeah, they will be reimbursed for the value of the property. The people will meet with them and go over that, and the value of the property will be assessed and purchased, and agreements will be made with the individuals. And this goes for any businesses or residents that will be affected. Our right-of-way agents will meet with them. We do an appraisal. They will be able to get their own appraisal, look at that. They'll meet with them, discuss, and make sure we're not missing anything in that appraisal. And then we will make arrangements and purchase the property, the facility, all of that. And then there's
Cameron,
yes, sir.
Just to that, I think there's a lot of sensitivity to our veterans, and we want to make sure that, and I think there's a lot of veterans speaking out on not wanting to relocate from that facility. What is the why would the second plan be chosen over the first one? I mean, what are the conditions that need to be met to choose the second plan? It seems to me like the first plan meets all the safety and your solutions. Why would Caltrans choose two?
So it depends on the environmental impacts. So we look at, and that's what this process has done. We go through and review what are the impacts, both to the community, to the veterans in this specific case that you're discussing, but to the community as a whole. We look at that, and those go into making the decisions. We also have other partners that we have to that we're working with. We have the railroads that we're working with, that we have to make sure that they're partners with this project as well as the Army Corps of Engineers, because we are relocating the levee. So there's several partners that are involved in that decision as well. It's not, and we take all that as a whole, and that goes into the decision that is made.
I don't want to speak for Councilmember Simmons, but I can tell you that this council, or at least this mayor, is against number two because it will affect, and if there's anything we can do to make sure that that's cleared, whether it's to Union Pacific or to the Corps of Engineers at the federal level, if we need to write a letter concerning that we will do. But I mean, we're not at that point, but I think it's very clear. I think, at least from Councilmember Simmons and the veterans that we spoke to, that the option two is really not an option, and it should be taken off the table for our veterans to assure that. So if we have to make sure that we speak to the federal folks, that we'll do that.
Thank you, and we'll.
If there's anything we can do
follow up.
to make sure that
They've been moved 3 times, and every time they end up with something less than what they had before. And I tell you right now, the sensitivity of 60,000 veterans is against this project too, of relocating them. So I share that with you because Mayor and I listened to them very intently, and I think that their voice is very well heard, and they're ready to go to battle over it, and I'm behind them 100%. So I'm saying that I hope that you not consider two because of that reason, but if it's in factual, you have to do that, and you better figure out how you're going to build them in a topium someplace where they're happy.
Yeah,
horse ranch and everything else that goes with it.
we understand. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being sensitive to the veterans. You know,
We-
they've been kicked around now in Marysville quite a few times, 3 different times, and the property's been taken over. One of them was a dollar store over here. One was right by the Eagle's Nest. So, and I've said enough, but I think that you're shaking your head, so I know you're sensitive to that. Thank you.
Got it.
Director
Thank you.
Van Paul, did you want to say something?
Well, first of all, thank you for sharing the interest and concern of our veterans and the community as well.
Yeah.
So at this point, both of these alternatives are in a steady stage. We wanted to hear from you. We wanted to hear from community. We wanted to hear from the veterans because that goes into, along with the other stakeholders, into our decision-making process. So Cameron has already met with the veterans, but we wanted to also get the official position from them, and that helps us to move that decision process. The only other thing we need to be cognizant of, and Mayor, you already touched upon, we have a key stakeholders, which are going to be the core, because we are going to be impacting the East Finger Levy. And that's common issue for, that's a common alternative for both of those. So we're going to end up working with them. But the bigger one is the UP, which is certainly our tenant in this town. But we wanted to make sure that they don't have any engineering requirements that actually weighs one way or the other. So your input is certainly going to assist us in terms of working with our stakeholders as well. So look forward to your input and any other questions you might have. Thank you.
I know there's other questions, but I think that was a sensitive topic that I think staff, I like to make sure that we, as part of your environmental feedback that you give, that we add something related to option 2. One, because it also takes away some of the properties and house properties that, you know, we surely don't want to lose any housing in our area, but it also looks at our tax base as well. So I want to make sure that Gene, I imagine that you and Craig will be putting together a response to Caltrans on the environmental. We hope you are. Okay, it's due November 3rd, so let's make sure that the voices of the council that are speaking right now are taken in consideration. Yeah, go ahead.
These 90-degree turns off of Highway 70 onto 18th and all that, are you going to round those off like you did on 14th Street, making sure we don't have 90-degree turns?
We will make that fit what we need. We do truck turn templates and different things. We have, I know we don't have a lot of trucks going in and out of those streets, but we do have buses and we have public transit. So we'll make the necessary improvements, yes, to those intersections.
But that one on, excuse me, on 70 and 90, I mean 7 and 18th, that's a 90-degree turn, and I got to tell you.
It is, and they did some improvements with this, with a signal project there. They did some improvements, but they didn't have the real estate and things to really do it. But with this project, we'll have some room and we'll make those proper. It might not look, and I don't think it needs to look like it does at 14th Street, but it'll be greatly improved. Both if you're going northbound or coming northbound turning on or off 18th Street turning north, both of those will be improved.
Cameron, you got a bus stop there and a 90-degree turn.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, if you got an 18, 20-foot boat on a pickup truck, you got to go in the other lane to make the turn if there's a bus there.
Yeah,
it's just unsafe.
More than likely that bus stop is going to be relocated because we're moving the roadway that way, and there's not a lot of room for it now, and so I foresee that being moved perhaps just on Chestnut Street, just around the corner where there's a lot more room. But your concern is noted, and we will be taking that under consideration.
I know this is kind of nitpicky, but it is safety issues. So.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, man.
You bet.
And it gets congested, that bus. So I hope we work with Yuba-Sutter Transit to try to see the best way to make that more efficient, because that stop right now is not very efficient.
But it's highly utilized, so it's an important stop for kids that come to school. But yeah, we will definitely work. They're one of our partners on this project as well. And that's what we're trying to encourage people to use and utilize public transportation, to walk, to bicycle. And that's why we feel like this project is really important. It's going to improve a lot of those things. So we will look into that, and we will work with them on that as we move further into the project.
Thank you.
That piece of property belongs to Yuba County, Yuba College.
Correct.
Not Marysville High School.
Right. It's the college, correct.
Thank you.
That's weird, by the way. This leftover.
It used to be the college, that all used to be the college, Yuba
Yeah.
College, so yeah, it's
Forgot that
leftover
little piece of
land.
property.
Yeah, it's cool.
Questions? Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you. I had a concern from someone who sent me an email and is a cyclist
Yes,
and was concerned about losing the tunnel under the can opener. But I see there's a shoulder. So would
Yeah.
that be double as bike lane there?
yeah,
or-
so that's
okay.
gonna be, that shoulder is gonna be doubled, as a bike lane, to help them move through. So they'll have a lot more room to do that, plus the sidewalk. A key feature, I think, is the openness that's gonna be there. You kind of maybe get trapped in the tunnel. Granted, you are away from traffic going through the tunnel, but you'll be away from the traffic with the shoulders, the sidewalk, just the openness. So you're going to still maintain that ability to bicycle. And I think it's going to be better because right now you have to get up on the sidewalk and you're competing with pedestrians. And this way you can be separated. You don't have to worry about hitting somebody, whether you're walking or biking. So that separation with pedestrians and bicyclists is there and to be able to move them. So I see that I've heard a little bit about the bicyclists as well and their concern. And I think it's going to be addressed nicely with these improvements.
Okay. The other concern from the same person was the unprotected pedestrian that was so close to the traffic. So I don't know if they were aware of the shoulder that would be there, the lane that would be there, or if there's any thought about putting some kind of a barrier between the pedestrians and the.
Not currently, but we're definitely, complete streets or the bicycle and pedestrian mobility, multimodal mobility is a huge thing with us. It's something that we're very sensitive to and trying to encourage other modes of transportation. Everybody doesn't have to drive everywhere. And especially in a community like this, we do have a lot of people that bicycle and like to walk places. And so I see this again as a pretty big improvement, especially at the can opener at the Marysville underpass.
Yeah. My other question, I know we talked before, you said that this was going to improve the safety at the cemetery.
Yes.
Especially exiting the cemetery, because do you want to describe that a little bit?
So currently right now, as you come out of Marysville Cemetery Road, you really can't see a long ways either north or south. And there's not a lot of room to pull out. You pull out, you're in the lane. This way you're going to be able to, the sight distance will be improved. I don't know if you noticed that the new construction is west of the existing alignment, so you'll be able to see north much better, be able to see south much better, and also you'll have that two-way left turn lane that you will be able to utilize if you need to get out, and then you look one way, go that far, and look the other way to move into traffic. So it'll be greatly improved. You're still crossing one lane of traffic just like you were before. Up in that area. So sight distance is going to be greatly improved at that intersection.
Okay. We check here. Okay. I also, I'm thinking about the housing
Yes.
on that side. That's a concern for me too. And have you heard much from the people in the property owners there, the neighborhoods?
Not that I'm aware of. I know that we've gone out and physically gone out, because a lot of them are tenants. They're not owners. And so we've gone out, some of the staff have actually handed them flyers or attempted to hand them out. All the businesses along, the residents that are back there that are being impacted. I know they're working on doing a survey with some of the folks back in through that are going to be impacted. So some of those residents. So there's a great effort that we're reaching out to try to contact them, because they are majority of them tenants rather than property owners. There's several property owners, but a lot are tenants. And so we are reaching out, trying to encourage that feedback. But I'm not aware of a lot that we've received from them at this point.
And do you remember how many properties are impacted, how many homes?
I don't right off the
It
top of my
was.
head, but I can get that information back to you and let you know what just the precise number would.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
But that would be for option 2, correct? Not
Yes,
option 1?
yes, yeah, that's option 2, Mayor.
I did notice that both options look like it takes some property along 24th. I believe there is a house there.
There is a house there. Both alternatives are going to impact that residence. I have talked to the owner of the residence. It's a rental, current rental right now. So I've talked to her and I haven't heard from the renters yet though. But
Okay.
we have had to have communications with the property owner. But yeah, both alternatives, because Vinnie Junction underpass is moving to the south to construct that new track alignment, that's going to cause us an impact. And also we're encroaching as we widen the road to the east. So it's kind of getting it as we realign 24th Street. So all just kind of condensed right in there. So that property will be impacted.
Councilman McKenzie, you're still on if you want to have other questions. Sorry. Okay. I do, that 24th improvement to me it's really a positive thing for me for this project, because folks will be able to get off the levee if they're biking the levee instead of playing Frogger over there by the cemetery. They're going to be able to come down on 24th, use the light to cross safely, and then go up to the Catholic cemetery and get back to the levee. That seems to me like a huge improvement.
It is. It's a big improvement. A lot of people that are doing that don't currently do that, but that's what they're supposed to do. But I've been here in a long time and utilize that. But
Or they use
that's
the
what-
train track.
That's what they use the train track. Both are not good ideas.
Yeah.
Using the train track's illegal. It's also not really super safe. But anyway, you're right, Mayor. That's a huge improvement. They'll be able to come down, utilize that signalized intersection and go back up, or continue it down to 14th Street and utilize the city's bicycle route, or 16th Street, excuse me. The route goes on 16th Street and then goes to 14th. So,
Correct.
so either they will have an option that's much safer to use that controlled intersection. So,
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I got a couple questions, and I'm sorry I didn't acknowledge you more. When I walked in with a mask on, I didn't
right.
recognize you.
Yep. We've talked many times.
One of the things I just will also reiterate on those properties, and I just a little careful for the way that you presented it. A lot of times those properties are just looked at and valued, and then here's your money, get out. And that would be something specifically. I understand with rental properties, they might be happy with that. But just to keep that aware of, there's, moving expenses. And all
Correct.
that.
And those tenants would be, that relocation assistance program would apply to the tenants as well. So a lot of that moving expenses there would be assistance program to help with that if that's the alternative that is selected.
Okay. I would also be in favor with everyone that we use the first alternate, so we're not impacting the Veteran Center. A couple questions here, and I think we're going to probably have a lot more after the public speaks, so I'm going to address slightly in that direction. But one thing I would like to know is, once that's put through and those overpasses are raised or lowered, so to speak, would that eliminate the 18th Street to to Yuba Street truck route? Would we be able to eliminate that truck route?
Yeah, there wouldn't be a need to do it because we would have the vertical clearance. Unless you had an oversized, something that's really super oversized load that
Which
didn't
would-
fit under a 17.6, which
Which
there's-
would go through the police department. most
yes,
likely,
oh yeah. So
for somebody to move something of that
so
size.
the TMC, there would be permits involved, a lot of coordination with CHP, the city of Marysville, all that stuff. They would have a hard time really getting around anywhere. But
So we, for the most part, we could, or that would be eliminated as a
Right.
truck route, correct?
I wouldn't see a need for it anymore. The reason it's there is because that low clearance at
Right.
the can opener.
Right, okay. When this was originally brought to us, and I spoke with Amarjeet on, one of my big concerns was, one, I wasn't a big supporter of the 5 lanes coming in, but if it was coming in, we did need this stuff. But one of the most important parts of that traffic coming in is still 9th and B.
Correct.
And this doesn't express any improvement at 9th and B to make that a double turn.
No, that's outside of the project limits, obviously. But we are working in coordination with the city and the county to address or to work on that. I don't think it's appropriate. It wouldn't be appropriate for the state to come in and say, hey, this is what we're going to do in your city. To your
We're
signals.
going, again, this was, in my mind, maybe the most important part of all the improvements. We're coming from 5, we were going down to 2, going back to 5, then down to 1. And right now, we're at 1 lane, and it seems that it's going to be even more of a bottleneck. So I really think somehow, somewhere, that we're going to have to put some pressure on you to do some kind of design there at 9th and B. I know there's a whole plan for 9th and E, and the whole shebang has been looked at. But I think that point would be critical at this time, to at least get that island out of there and into 2 lanes.
That you're right. That is a choke point. Another choke point's at 9th and E Street. So there's several things that need to be addressed. You can't just do that one location because it just pushes it to another location. You would notice it at 9th and E Street once you get there. So we need to look at that whole corridor through there, and there's several alternatives, different things that we need to do, but we need to, not only talk to us, us and the city council and Yuba County, but we also need to probably put some plans in front of, or some ideas, and listen to see what the city of Marysville, the citizens have to say about some of those things.
Well, I do think we saw some designs on that. Now, I'm not going to get off this point too easy.
You're fine. I appreciate it.
Going down to 1 lane, even though I totally agree with you that we need something at 9th and E.
Right.
I mean, that the whole flow has to be.
Right.
But again, at 9th and B, when the traffic totally backs up because the vehicles cannot go to the left lane. And now, as most of us has sat there, and the right lane is open all the way to E Street because of that. At least at that end, there are 2 lanes that are turning to E Street. So although you're saying that needs to be part of a bigger project,
Right.
it's, vital to this part of the project, in my mind, of how we move those through.
Right.
So,
Vice Mayor,
you're not-
I just want to get a context.
Okay.
If this was completed, when would be the completed date on this project?
Currently, the current schedule is to go to construction in 2023, and it's probably going to take us, I'm going to guess 3 construction. We have it scheduled for 3 construction seasons, so it'd be 2026.
Okay, so we have some couple years. I guess, Vice Mayor, I just want to say we have a few years to make sure that those things that you mentioned, they're very important. And I think part of the question is congestion, and how do we deal with the congestion within the city
without creating more
congestion. And I think the goal of Caltrans, in my mind, is to ensure that these improvements don't add to the congestion, that they can move the goods, whether it's farming goods or people want to go to Sacramento, that it makes it efficient. And I think in my mind, we're going to have time to assure that at least they've signaled to us a couple times already, is that they're interested in assuring.
I guess that's what I'm asking right now, is that you're signaling to us that that's going to be addressed by the time this is done, because the minute this is done, if 9th and B isn't addressed, we have an issue. So I belabored that point.
And also, Vice Mayor, I want to make sure, and then we're going to need the public's input, because some of the questions that they're going to be asked, and we have to go through our own circulation, as a city, we have a circulation issue and we have an element that hasn't been updated since 1985. And so one of the things that we have to make sure is that, we have some time to work with Caltrans and our other friends to assure that we improve that circulation, especially if we have growth.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. But it is on the state highway and it is going to be state money.
So do you want to respond?
I assure you, it's something that we're going to work with. I'll let Amarjeet,
I'm going to ask you one more question while you're walking up there. No, you. I'm going to ask you, so go ahead. Obviously, this whole thing is a hot subject. I believe we probably all got hit up with quite a few emails today, which I'm sure you're going to hear in the public comments. Again, when we had a conversation a year or two back, my whole issue was we need all this depending on what's coming into town. So I guess what I'm going to ask you is I don't want to fight about what's coming into town. So can you just let us know what's the status from the county line to Marysville at this point?
Well, this project, the one which we are discussing today, is funded. So it's programmed and fully funded. So we're going to start construction in 23 and finish it in 2026. And it's part of our fixing the existing system, trying to fix the bridge, which causes the problem for commerce to go through. But on top of it, in case of an emergency, if something is stuck in that bridge, as you know, we can pretty much landlock the whole town. It's your community, but we are part of your community. So the issues which you are bringing to us are not foreign to us, but we need to work together to solve it. As you saw on one of the slides, the orange color network, the state highway system, call that to be a spine. But spine doesn't make the body stand unless the local system is going to be interconnected with it. The great news is you guys have done a fantastic job trying to get a 5th Street bridge built. So that's going to be part of the fix. We need to take into account how the traffic patterns are going to adjust. And the key part we've been working with the city staff has been when is going to be the traffic circulation element you are planning to update. We wanted to make sure that we work hand in glove trying to solve this issue, because if we propose a solution, all we did is push from point A to point B, and it's not in sync with your network, then we are not really looking at a big picture. And that's really, we were working with your city manager and his team, and that's really what we wanted to pursue, is work with you and then come up with a solution which is going to take us from the county line, or from the county limits, I should say, and then take it to the East Street Bridge. That's really the connection we need to make. And then simultaneously, we also need to carry the Highway 20 traffic, how we're going to connect 5th and 10th Street on those as well. So our plan is that to actually sit down and then trying to actually look at that information, see where city wants to go, and then take the input from our community and constituency, and then come back with a proposal next year and start having that conversation. And we have one other thing, Vice Mayor, department has not shied away from its commitment since I've been in this position. And this is a great investment. And I want not only you, but I want the community to be proud of the things which we have done in this city. Complete streets features, the pavement rehabilitation features, and trying to bring more business to you in the best way we can.
I'm not quite sure you answered me, so I'm going to ask this one more
time. Please.
But I appreciate
it's your meeting.
I'm
here at your discretion.
At this portion that I know is what's got the community fired up out of Marysville. I have used this term more than once. If that's inevitable, then for me, this has to be inevitable along with it. Yet, we're getting a lot of input that says this is not inevitable. You guys are still in fighting mode. The one way for me to just say, look, we can't, what direction do we go? If that's inevitable, that 5 lanes is coming into town, then to me, this then becomes inevitable. So
the 9th and B.
The whole project.
Yeah.
The whole project becomes inevitable. If 5 lanes are coming into Marysville, we need all this to go with it. So if the county to Marysville is an inevitable project that's going, and I believe It was designed, I believe it was funded. I'm not sure, but I believe those were some of the things you had said. So it would be pretty much inevitable that it's going to happen. Then I believe this, along with 9th and B, would be an inevitable project that I would support.
As Cameron stated, it's not just the issue only at 9th and B. We also need to address 9th and E, along with the E Street corridor itself. And as we have previously shared with the city, we also have a grid system which helps in that context. But we wanted to utilize that grid as a supplement to the overall system that where city wants to use and how you wanted to use the B Street as a corridor. Those are some of the things which we need to work with you and your staff and then take it from that point, because at the end of the day, it's not just only 9th and B. We need to take it from B all the way up to East Street Bridge on Highway 7.
I totally agree, but you haven't answered.
But the part of that is a separate.
I totally
it's a separate
agree with everything you're saying. I guess my question, maybe I should put it this way. Is the project from Butte County to Marysville, is that project ready to start?
The project from Simmerly Slough to Butte County line, the safety project is fully funded, environmentally cleared, and we are at this point acquiring the properties. The project to actually add the 2 additional lanes, similar to what we have done in Butte County, that project is environmentally cleared, and we are actually in a litigation as we speak. So that's the twist to that piece is that we are in a litigation on that component of it. Okay. However, that piece is funded by the California Transportation Commission at their last programming cycle.
That's the answer. I appreciate it.
I'm sorry it took us so long to get to that point.
So am I.
And I think
I thought we were in the town, but I finally realized I was actually outside the city limits.
that's all I have. Thank you.
Now, wait, do I get a turn?
Yes, sir.
Dude, you're so long-winded, Bruce. So, I know, man. So, no, I thank you, Amarjeet. I don't anything specific for you. Cameron, just a couple quick questions on this. I mean, I like your project with the option, 1 and 2. I agree with everybody on the council. Let's stay away from the vets and kind of go from there. I mean, but in a few moments here, we're going to start hearing a lot from the community. And Bruce is right. We've all received a bunch of emails and so forth. And even prior to this coming on the agenda, there's been talk about an option that's not even being presented right at the moment. And that's, a move around with Marysville. Regardless of that idea, I do believe that this needs to happen just because that can opener has been a bane to everybody in the city of Marysville and public safety and so forth for decades upon decades. And so I appreciate the work you put into this. And this is looking really good. And I agree with what Bill was mentioning about the bus stop and so forth. And the property is concerned. So without getting into that, I just got one question. I'm going to put my old hat on here of being a fireman of 25 years. And I'm kind of curious, you're adding 2 more stoplights here, on both option 1 or 2. And my curiosity is if you guys are going to end up, committing with a project that goes all the way through Marysville eventually, there's been an issue when I drove fire engines in this town for 15 years of just traffic getting out of the way. Is there a thought with potentially working with our police and fire department for like Opticon, things like that, it's a lot of money to make that happen. And if we're going to have a main artery going here and those emergency vehicles can't always take side streets to side streets to get to where they need to go. So, a little off the subject matter.
No, that's a real valid question. And with the signal interconnect and all that, we hope to be moving traffic. A lot of the issue happens when people block the intersections. That's why you can't get out. We don't really control that. That it's a kind of an enforcement issue. But we will work with, given the signals to the emergency personnel as much as we can. I don't know all the facilities, the options to do that. But we will make sure that, those features are on. A lot of times the issue is that somebody's blocking the intersection though.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, honestly, and again, I don't mean to speak for Chief Sachs or Carlin over there, but 9th B is you're locking in your fire department if it's too bad right there. I mean,
right.
There's no way to make an easterly approach with the road being closed off over the railroad tracks And if there is a need to get our emergency responses from one side of town to the other, or even in a mutual aid assistance, man, I'm sorry if I keep bringing on the firefighter hat. It's in my blood.
Well,
so it's kind of one of
It's
those
important.
things.
It's an important feature. I mean, public safety is huge. We take that in, it's the number one thing for us. So it's not out of the line at all.
Well, I mean, so with that, you're doing 5 lanes here, which I love. Is the middle lane going to be, for lack of a better term, and I know there's an official term for it, I always call it the suicide lane.
Two-way left turn lane.
Thank you, two-way left turn lane. So is that going to be travelable for emergency equipment maybe, or is that?
Yeah, that's a great use for that two-way left turn lane to be able to go up there. If traffic's blocked, they can utilize that. The shoulders, they'll have 8-foot shoulders. If they need to go to the right of traffic, they'll be able to do that. The shoulders will give the people, the traffic, an opportunity to get over and get out of the way, which a lot of places they don't have that. So in the city, it's a little different, but through this project limits, those features will be added and be there. But yeah, the police and any emergency people can utilize that two-way left turn lane for sure.
Yeah, no, it's just, that was a concern. I mean, I do, we talked about doing Opticon 20 years ago, but it was unfeasible even with grants and so forth to make that happen for the fire department. If that lane can be used, or maybe you can go into conversation with our public safety. I am concerned because there's 6 routes out of Marysville.
Yeah.
6. And if we over-congest this particular stretch of lane right there without being able to get emergency vehicles and or turn it into a 5 lanes out of town in one direction, whatever the case is. I mean, that's a thought that's crossed my mind. I mean, I've been here for 3 evacuations in 20 plus years, and it's,
We got some really huge improvements. Similarly, SLU project. So the floodgates north of town, that if we get some high water, some flooding, the floodgates go in. Nobody's going in and out of the town right now. So the similarly SLU project actually is going to raise the profile of the road through there and eliminate that bottleneck. So that access that improves the safety at least that in or out. If we need to go either way, that floodgate now is gone. The profile will be higher and we'll be able to get out of town. So that's a huge improvement.
Sorry, you saying that floodgate off on Highway 70 is gone now?
Not now, but at the similarly SLU, when this completion of similarly SLU, when the project is complete, that floodgate goes away.
So you don't have to,
I set that up, man. That takes 2 days.
I know, so you would not have to go and close the gate.
Okay.
It'll give you, as long as District 10, which we know those levies aren't certified currently, but if everything's out there and we're moving traffic up and down 70, that option will be open. Okay. So that's a huge improvement to keep things open. Fifth Street Bridge, that improvement, that eliminated some of the problems at Fifth Street. If we need to go back and forth between Yuba City, the options are getting better as we go. And as you incorporate this project, it gives a little more room other than that can opener, to widen that up. The improvements are coming.
So I agree with that, and I don't want to beat the horse here too much. I love this idea of just widening and getting rid of the can opener, and I think it needs to be done just because it's very antiquated with just the flow of traffic we have right now. I'm a little disappointed to hear that this is going to start in 3 years but not be done for 6. That was news to me, and maybe I missed that memo. But it was just kind of like, that being said, there's been a lot of talk for this other option that I'm sure the public's going to chime in on here and can be kind of prepared for. If you were to go with the potential idea of a hypothetical bypass around Marysville, how many years out do you think, on a hypothetical situation, that might be to come to conclusion? Very hypothetical.
Director Benapal, you want to take that one?
I'm assuming Councilmember Hudson, you've been in a community for a long time, right?
I've been around.
So you've probably seen the improvement we have made on Lincoln Bypass.
Yes.
It only took a little more than a quarter century.
25 years.
Plus more.
That's what I wanted. Thank you. I agree. I mean, I'm not saying that idea is a horrible idea, but I think it's, I didn't know 25 years, but thank you. I wanted that to be known that we need to do something now. That's why I love this idea. That idea can be looked at and done maybe in conjunction and so forth, just to help alleviate what we're hearing from our constituents and so forth. But I'm also saying Opticon lights, emergency lanes, things like that. Let's work with the public safety and kind of go from there. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. No,
Gene,
and
Craig.
as a part of your comments, love to hear from our fire chief's comments included in the city's response, and then we can at least take that into
Awesome.
account.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
follow up on my,
Absolutely.
first off, the person isn't even born yet. They'll see that bypass.
There's always tomorrow.
And secondly, I'm a little curious about this underpass. How far back on East Street will they dig to make it, they're not gonna raise the railroad track, so they
No.
have to dig it out. Where
So-
are the pumps gonna go and how are they gonna ventilate into Jack Slough and getting into Feather River? And where's the discharge permit? Where are
So
with
we
all
already, there's currently a discharge at the Binney Junction. We have a pump there currently, and it pumps up over the levee and goes down. We will have to add a pump at Marysville because there's not one there currently. That will more than likely follow the current path that the disposal and I think the current discharge point for that area, that system is over at the East Street. Is it the East Street Pond? What's that? Over by the ballpark, there's that pond over there. So that's the current drainage system there. That's where the water goes from the city system, and we tie into that, and that all goes over to the East Lake. That's what it's called, East Lake.
And it has power backup on those pumps?
So
have a storm.
we will have to add pumps, yes, because it's gonna be, it'll be lower. So we're gonna add a pump system to Marysville Underpass as well as improve the pump system at Binney Junction. We won't be raising the tracks at all. They will stay the same. We are lowering the road. You asked, where does it start? It'll start just a little bit north of 16th Street, where we go down, where the road starts going down and reaches the bottom, where the bottom of the
By the
side.
veterinarian?
Yeah, by the veterinarian.
And the other way?
Where it starts,
Yeah.
it comes back up, matches about 18th Street and goes, and then it'll go back down to 24th Street. So 24th Street will be kind of as it goes down. It may seem severe, but we're talking, it's nothing like 12th Street, what you see at 12th Street. That's pretty severe. We're talking the grade percentages around 3% or less.
Grade reduction?
That we're going to go down. So the profile will go down, which is a little bit steeper than a crosswalk where you go down to a pedestrian ramp at a corner. Those are roughly about 2%. So if you're walking down a curb ramp, those are about 2%. So we're not talking a drastic drop like you see at 12th Street. It's a more gradual where it goes down and into that. So it's
What's the projection of acre feet of drain on a normal?
I can get that information.
I'm just curious.
I don't have that. It's going
Because
to
if
be.
that floods out and that pump goes out, there's no way to get out of there.
Yeah, and there's backup systems, but you're right, if it gets inundated, but we typically design them pretty good.
I can take that to bank.
Sure. It's a mechanical
I
thing,
know,
so
I understand.
there's potential for failure, but we don't design it like that.
Actually, you can dump it right into Ellis Lake.
We'll look into all that stuff. Make sure
Thank you.
make sure it
Thank you,
works,
Mayor.
functions.
I have a couple comments. I want to have this opportunity just to remind folks, comments are due by November 4th to Caltrans. Make sure you email them or mail them to them. I really like the fact that you brought up the issue that we'll be able to remove the truck route out of the city. I didn't even think about that. That's important. And the more, the 5 feet barrier with the trees and or 7 feet on one side, I think those are great. I think that's also provides some safety for pedestrians as described here. I really like the 24th Street solution that you created there. The sidewalk, the minimum of 6 feet sidewalk on the underpass, I guess 6 feet, it doesn't seem that long. I don't know if it could be create it, you can add feet in there. I know it's an engineering question, so I'm just like the 6 feet sidewalk seems a bit short to me, but just throwing it out there. I'm glad you're looking at removing that bus stop over there by the high school.
Just relocating it.
Yeah.
It's important. It's an important bus stop, but yeah, it'll be.
No, I understand, not removing it, but relocating it.
Yeah.
Is there a way to create a visual through striping on the 8-foot shoulder from 14th all the way down to the second trestle, like visually striping? I don't know if you necessarily can make it a bike path, but can you stripe it in a way that it creates visual to assure, create additional safety?
It'll be very clear that it's for bicyclists and that's for them to move. So that's part of the striping plan.
Thank you.
And some signs, there'll be signs placed up as well.
Wonderful. The last thing, I think that one of the biggest concerns that keeps coming up from the public is this concern. Sorry. The concern of traffic and congestion. That adding these additional lanes would add traffic counts coming down from, I guess, Butte County or from the north. That I also create additional congestions along our local streets because people will want to move away from the highway and actually impact our local streets. I guess I want to know about what are some of the expectations of increase in traffic counts given. Do you see expected growth in Butte County or how? I guess one of the main reasons for this facility to be an increase is to improve the efficiency of the highway to get kind of traffic through Marysville. We're interested in assuring folks actually find downtown and shop in our commercial corridors as well. But also we want to be able to reduce some congestion. Is this increase in facility would add the concerns of people saying that this will add traffic and congestion to our city? And can you talk about what the thoughts are of Caltrans? Is this adding additional traffic counts? Is this actually adding additional congestion? Can you talk about adding and your commitment to working with the city to kind of deal with mitigating some of these issues?
That, or do you want me to start? Okay. I've been here, as I mentioned before, 22 years, and we haven't done really a lot of things on Highway 70. The traffic coming into town in 20 years has increased, regardless of doing nothing. Our traffic studies that we've done and models that we've run show that the traffic growth with or without the improvements is relatively the same. And we don't make up the numbers, the growth rates that we get them from Yuba County. The growth rates that we get for our models come from Butte County. So they're not gonna, they want to, you don't project yourself being not growing. That's not how you attract businesses or people to your area. So we utilize those growth rates in our traffic models. And the models that we've ran show relatively not a lot of change with or without any of these projects. And so it's not shown to impact the traffic rates with or without the project. The traffic's coming, it has come, and it's gonna keep growing, and we need to address that safety, those safety issues with that. I don't know if you wanna add.
But just even to bring it more as Cameron stated, not only the county projections, but you also have the local regional planning agency like SACOG and BCAG, and they also have their independent forecasting and modeling. So we don't actually project, we take their numbers. And as Cameron stated, with or without project, there's a minor difference. But the main issue we wanted to address, let's just to take the intersection of 18th Street today. You only have one lane which is coming to the light. And everyone has to queue and find their opportunity when they're going to get through north and south. And same is true if you're trying to make a left turn from the school, there's only single lane. What we wanted to do is at least at the intersection, allow 2 lanes so we can facilitate that move through that intersection. And then, as Cameron stated early on, tie all of these with a signal interconnect so we can actually carry that progression more smoothly within the project limits. So the projections are not going to change with or without project. What we wanted to do is facilitate efficient movement within the project limits. Thank you very much for giving us the time.
We might have questions from the
Sure.
public. I want to
I'm
give the
going to
public
now pass the
opportunity.
baton back to.
Thank you. I do want to take a quick 5-minute break, unfortunately, because I have to have a bathroom break. Otherwise, I'm not going to make it. So I apologize to the public, but I have to quick recess.
We can show you how. Live streaming can be simple and not expensive. You may already have the basic tools right in your hand. But it's more than just pushing live to communicate effectively. That's where Yuba-Sutter.live and Live Streaming YS on Facebook can help you. Make it easy to jump in. Just give us a call at 530-301-2931 or visit our website, www.yuba-sutter.live. Yuba-Sutter's home of live streaming and live streaming tools, live streaming services, technology, and training. Live streaming is Yuba-Sutter.live.
All aboard!
We work for sounds of pitter-patter. We sweat for moments of triumph. And we look forward to lunchroom chatter. We do it to help businesses prosper and communities thrive. It takes passion. It takes leadership and innovation. And it requires plenty of perseverance and teamwork. We are the catalyst for economic growth. We are the convener for leaders and influencers. We are the champion for a stronger Yuba-Sutter. We are the Yuba-Sutter Chamber of Commerce. Grow with us.
Sierra Central Credit Union, banking where you live and work.
Between work and all my other daily duties, it's hard for me to get to the bank. That's why I do all my banking using Sierra Central Online Banking with the mobile banking app. I just snap a picture of any checks I need to deposit, or I pay my bills with their online bill payer service. It's so easy and convenient. I use my laptop, desktop, PC, or mobile device anytime from anywhere. That's how I live life, at the speed of me.
Can I get a little more from you?
This community was made for more. More kindness, more support, more hope. Together we can overcome anything. Stay active, stay healthy, stay connected. That's what a community does. Made for more. Adventist Health.
First.
For everyone that has comments made or their hands raised, I will be calling on the people who have their hands raised first and then be reading your typed responses at the tail end of this section. We have currently 6 people with their hands raised. First, we'll hear from Stuart Gilchrist, Michelle Blake, Carolyn Sasaki, I believe, Pamela Warmick, Despina Schrader, and B. Deal.
Who's the first one, Nicole?
Stuart Gilchrist.
Mr.
Hi,
Hillcrest?
it's Stuart.
Hey,
Hi.
Go ahead, sir.
Stuart Gilchrist, thank you. Caltrans and City Council, thank you for this presentation. So tonight we were presented a very small scope of work covering B Street, State Route 70, from 14th Street heading north to the historic cemetery. You know, this is a tiny piece of a really big puzzle. Option 1 will assist us in our goal to get Marysville going. Let's move forward with it. With or without a bypass, we really need this. What's really exciting is the bottleneck will be gone and 24th Street will have signals. I think this is fantastic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Who's next, Nicole?
Next, we'll be hearing from Michelle Blake.
Miss Blake? Are you there, Michelle?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Is this Michelle Blake?
No, this is her dad. I'm using her computer.
Very good, sir.
I'm Ray Bull, and I'm B-U-L-L. I'm the commander of the Veteran of Foreign Wars Post 948 in Marysville. I've been a Yuba-Sutter resident for 74 years in about 4 days. And I would like to express that the veterans of our area are against Alternative 22A, which would take our building and 24 additional properties. We support 1-1A, which allows us to keep our building. We have petitions being circulated. We have several hundred signatures, which will be included with our comment section that we're going to hand deliver to Caltrans. And these signatures are in support of us keeping our building. If our building is taken from us, it would mean the veterans of Marysville have been relocated 4 times since 1925. Marysville has a rich history of veterans, beginning with the Grand Army of the Republic, which was formed in 1866 and was chartered locally in Marysville in 1885. We currently provide burials and memorial services for the 67 Grand Army of the Republic graves at the Marysville Cemetery, which also includes 1 Confederate officer. There are also an additional 120 veterans in the Marysville Cemetery. The 3 veteran organizations are opposed to 2A because of us losing our building, but we believe the Marysville would have a tax loss. And with our building, it provides a source of income through our rentals, which pays our utilities and enables us to operate and meet. That displacement also interferes with our ability to carry out programs such as children and youth, scholarship programs, athletic, community, and veteran needs. It will hinder our ability to conduct burial honor ceremonies and more. The Veterans of Foreign Wars is in the process of continuing and extending the Purple Heart Trail through Marysville on Highway 70 as the American Legion continues to conduct a pheasant hunt for disabled veterans, which enables disabled veterans to experience the outdoors. In addition to our programs, we support the VFW Home for Children, Patriot Paws, Comfort Dogs for Veterans, Veteran Service Dogs, and the Yuba-Sutter Naval Sea Cadets. Our building's also utilized by the Cooties Red Feather Pup Tent 7, the Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Support Group, the Disabled American Veterans Chapter 9, and the American Legion Post 705, since our building is unable to be occupied right now due to COVID. The removal of our veterans building, whose 100-year history serving Marysville and Yuba County, will be a grave loss not only to our veterans, but also to the community at large. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your service. I want to remind folks who are speaking that we want to limit your comments within 3 minutes. We still have a lot of business to do today, so I just want to make sure folks are considerate of that, but we really do appreciate your taking the time to speak to us, so thank you. The next person.
We'll be hearing from Carolyn Saki.
Ma'am?
Hi, sorry. My name's Carolyn Sasaki. I'm a resident of Marysville, west side of town, and I'm all for safety. I think that's great that we're looking towards safety, but I think underlying all of this is the increased traffic that is going to be coming into town that I think has been somewhat addressed. I think it would be short-sighted to not look at what's happening in Oroville. They're planning a subdivision on Highway 70, and I think that's going to increase traffic. If there's 5-lane highway coming into town, I think it disrupts my ability to cross that highway with any kind of ease. And currently what's happening is I have traffic lined up down my street for 2 blocks. I can't even back out of my driveway, and there's been nothing addressed. And the streets are degrading, and I don't know that Caltrans is willing or is going to be addressing that. And I'd like to ask Caltrans specifically whether, having read this entire document and having looked up CEQA and NEPA guidelines, do you feel that there's been a violation of CEQA or NEPA by piecemealing this particular portion of the State Route 70 corridor project all the way between Butte County and Marysville?
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to be sure to add that question to Caltrans. But after the questions, I'll be sure to ask Director to talk about quote unquote piecemeal of this project. So I want to make sure that we give folks the opportunity to do that, but I'll be sure to give Mr. Benapal an opportunity to speak on that. So thank you for your time. But be sure to send those comments because I think they're very valid and we want to make sure those are on the record for Caltrans to know your concerns. Next person.
Next, we'll be hearing from Pamela Warmick.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much for an opportunity to address this situation. Mr. Hudson, you asked how long it took Placer County to institute their Lincoln Bike Pass, and Amarjeet replied 25 years. Yuba County and Caltrans and the city of Marysville have been working to get a bypass around Marysville since the 1980s. So for 40 years, everyone has known a bypass was needed around Marysville. We could have already had it in place. If we were to put a bypass in place, the improvements that are being proposed here on this half-a-mile stretch in front of Marysville High School at the cost of approximately $115 million could be avoided completely. And you could keep the VFW hall and the youth center and the 7 small businesses and the homes that may be affected. None of that work would need to be done if through traffic and truck traffic, which follows an STAA truck route, were routed around Marysville. One thing you may not be aware of is that can opener was built in 1906. If they're going to replace it, I hope they build it to the same standards and it can withstand all the impacts that may come at it. When I talk about the youth center, no one has brought that up, and I find that interesting because that center is used by our children, and what is going to replace it and where? That's a question. So Mr. Buttacavoli talked about the need for something to be done at 9th and B. Caltrans just came through Marysville and redid State Route 70 from the East Street Bridge on through. And so now we're going to ask them to go back and redo parts. And we are doing each of these segments of this State Route 70 corridor, 7 segments they've been divided into, and we put a Band-Aid here and a Band-Aid there and another Band-Aid with never an overall plan of how that traffic, which by the way, Butte County and Oroville in particular is projected to grow by 90 to 110% in the next 20 years. So there's going to be more vehicles. How are they going to get through Marysville, which now will have 15 stoplights on State Route 70 as you go through town, because we've now added 2 more. And how on earth are we going to get evacuees in case something happens with Oroville Dam or the Feather River Levee in District 10? How are we going to get them safely through when we now have 3,000 to 5,000 more vehicles a day coming through town? Those are questions I really implore you all to examine. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your questions. And please be sure to send your questions. I know you sent us an email, but be sure to send those to Caltrans with those questions. They're very valid questions. So thank you for your time and making those questions up. I do at some point will bring back and ask Director to talk about the piecemeal portions of this plan. Who's next?
Next, we'll hear from Despina Schrader.
Who?
Sorry, Despina Schrader.
Ms. Schrader, can you hear us? Hello, are you there? Is she there?
She's not responding at this time.
So we'll move to the next person.
Next, we'll hear from B. Deal.
Ben Deal. Mr. Deal.
Evening, Council. Appreciate the comment period. I'm going to make it quick since I will be writing all my comments and Caltrans will receive those. And some of my comments have already been spoken by other people. But one item is, Ricky, you mentioned, or Mayor, you mentioned that all property loss is lost tax revenue. So we got to think about how we're going to replace that. I don't believe the roads are going to provide taxes on the property. The second item is SACOG provided us funding for a bike plan. And we spent a lot of time, a lot of effort making that bike plan. An item on that bike plan is a connector bridge from the ring levee from one side to the other. I think you guys mentioned it earlier about how you would go down to the light and cross instead of playing Frogger at the cemetery. I'm sure people will still play Frogger at the cemetery because most people take the shortest path. I don't believe that's the shortest, safe path to do. I don't believe that's easier to go down to the light and go to the other side. And that plan, I didn't see that plan mentioned anywhere in the document in front of me. So I'd like that plan to be addressed and that bridge to be addressed. And then the final item is I heard Director Benapal say we'll have a bypass in 25 years. That's all my comments.
Repeat the last part, Ben. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the last part was that Benapal mentioned that we'll have a bypass in 25 years, is what I'm hearing. And thanks for asking the question, Brad. Appreciate it.
Ben, thank you for your comments. You know, this year, I believe, I'm pretty certain I'm going to put a little money on it. Craig, I'm certain that in our budget this year, we put something related to looking at an ATP grant to plan for that bridge over the levees, and the other one was also looking at a plan to improve or make a tunnel, pedestrian tunnel underneath 14th Street. I believe those two things were placed in our budget this year to look at hopefully funding a planning proposal, but we can go back to that. But Ben, I can tell you that that's something that I'm very interested in ensuring that that's completed. One, I think this is a phase one. I would love to see that bridge over State Highway to complete the gap between the levees, because we know people will tend to take a shortcut, and it's a very dangerous shortcut. But hopefully this at least alleviates some of those issues, some safety issues. But I in the long term, my goal will be to assure that that's completed. Any other comments?
Quite a few more.
Okay.
Our next speaker will be Kelly Rich Creek.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rich Creek?
Yes, thank you, Caltrans, for the upgrades, the improvements with the signals, the lights, the sidewalk, etc. That's great. I live on 8th Street. I drive, but I walk everywhere and throughout Marysville. But we really have some very unsafe pedestrian crossings due to the freeways going through our town. Mr. Buttacavoli hit on one with B Street and 9th. I encourage to go out for walks and see where those dangerous places are. We have needed help for a number of years, so I'm glad to hear that the improvements are coming. However, I'm skeptical of a traffic study that states additional traffic of 2 lanes will not change going through our town. Adding those lanes are only going to exacerbate our problems that we have, which are our roads, our traffic, our air quality. They have been horrible for a number of years, but the main reason we need help is because we have the two major highways going right through our downtown. Traffic has beaten down our town for years, and we've been breathing obnoxious fumes for years. I live in a residential area near downtown, and I can tell you it's already bad. I can't imagine more traffic coming. We don't have a problem with traffic. We don't just have a problem with traffic backing up on the highway. We have a major problem with cut through traffic going through our side streets because our traffic does not flow well on the freeways. We have huge trucks driving through our neighborhoods. I live on 8th Street, which is not a major thoroughfare, and we have all kinds of trucks. Even our fire trucks use it as an alternate route to get through. We have ambulance, not so much ambulances, but a lot of vehicles. A residential, they go through the residential streets to avoid the highway due to the slowdown. It's only going to get worse that I can see. And from listening tonight, and I just started reviewing the EIR plan, there's no plan for this increase of traffic going through Marysville. The project, it stops, from my understanding, on what was presented tonight. Nothing after that. So it's kind of like, to me, putting the cart before the horse. Let's try to do something and plan ahead. I'm so glad the council's asking the good questions. And that's all I'll say, and I'll send in more comments. And I did have some questions, and I'll wait for those to be answered. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and be sure to send those comments to Caltrans. I appreciate it, Rich Creek.
Our next comment will be from Hector.
Sir? Sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. I wanted to say hi to all of you. This is my first city council meeting. I've attended because I knew that we were going to be discussing the project here in Marysville. I'm 34 years old. I've lived in Marysville for 32 years. The only time I moved away was for college. I moved back here because this is my hometown. This is where I grew up. This is home to me. And what I have seen over the years, particularly with the traffic, is very, very sad to me. In fact, I actually had to call one of my friends. She spoke earlier tonight. The other evening, I was on my way over. I had a scheduled float over at our Float Me Day Spa on C Street. And I was going to go to my friend's house at 5 o'clock. Just before that, my appointment was at 6. I figured I had plenty of time to go over there and get things done. And of course, I live on 8th Street as well, as Kelly mentioned, same street. So I was like, I drove around, I avoided the highway because I know that there's always traffic there, took the back roads. And even there, it took me 1 hour to get from my house on 8th Street to C Street because I never made it to my friend's house because everything was backed up. Every back road that I could think of was taken over by traffic everywhere, semis and just cars all over the place. And it's going to get worse. And that is also my concern, is where is this traffic going to go once those 5 lanes come into Marysville? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Made it to written comments. Just as a precursor, this is no way my opinion or the city's opinion, and I will be reading these verbatim.
But can those just be handed to Caltrans, or how can we transcribe those and give them to Caltrans? Because they're to Caltrans.
They are to Caltrans, but because of the electronic version of the meeting, I can only do screenshots, which would be multitude. I cannot save it during the meeting.
We can record. Are we recording this session, sir?
We are.
So if they're recorded, should the comments be recorded?
I was told that there is a version that we can export this, so I will be.
Okay, wonderful. We'll be sure to make sure we send those questions to Caltrans. There's specific questions to the city. We have a public comments area where you can make those comments. I just want to quickly bring Cameron or Director Benapal on this idea that Caltrans piecemeal this for to take advantage of the environmental questions of this project.
So for this project is a standalone. It begins essentially with the same number of lanes that are here, and it ends with the 2 lanes at the end. So there's no violation of CEQA as far as, in our opinion, CEQA or NEPA as far as with this project is concerned.
And in the air quality questions of that this project would actually increase pollution or pollute the air quality, or make it less or make it worse, the air quality.
Those studies are part of the air quality was studied and analyzed based on the traffic models that were run to show that there's really no impact as far as air quality based on the traffic numbers and data that we have for this project.
Wonderful. If there's no more comments from folks, I'll close this presentation and move to our next item. Go ahead.
Just, I think you may have seen them before, but for the emails that were sent to me that are outlined with many issues, I'm going to just forward those to you.
That's great.
So
that'll be great, and we'll look at them and do what we need to.
Even for my own understanding, it would be worthwhile.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
We have one last comment from Pamela Warmick again.
Ma'am, you already had your comment. Please be sure to write your comment. We give people an opportunity. We have business to take care of, but I appreciate your willingness to participate, ma'am. Let's move forward to our next.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Just one last question for any Caltrans individual. Thank you for the linear date that you gave us on the potential aspect of having a bypass around Marysville. And again, I'm not opposed to this, but curiosity, has the bypass even been thought of and started with Caltrans in any way, shape, or form?
It was studied extensively, as Ms. Warmack alluded to, back in the 80s or late 80s and 90s. And there was a lack of funding at that point for the project, and there continues to be a lack of funding for that for the region. So
it's fair to say it has not been started, or it's on the back shelf plan?
I would say it's on the back shelf. It's not in the current plan, I don't believe.
Just answer my question. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you for allowing us to be here.
I know with this COVID thing and you guys were willing to come to the chambers. So I appreciate your willingness to come up, and we look forward for you to have, constant communication with our staff on dealing with, the next steps. And thank you for stepping up and making it clear to the public and to the council. I think we have some concerns, especially with the veterans, with the option 2. But in my mind, getting rid of the trestle is a huge benefit for circulation, for emergency. There's improvements on the pedestrian side of it. So I think overall it's a win-win for the city, and I hope it also serves well for Caltrans needs. But I think overall, we have a great project here, and getting rid of those trestles is probably something that has been talked about, I don't know, probably since 1918 when this thing was built.
Thank you all for your time tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So we are going to move to public hearing. All matters in this section of the agenda are formal public hearings and will be acted on individually. Members of the public may request to speak when we ask for public comments. We ask you to please raise your hand via Zoom, and we are called. You will be unmuted. And you can address the city council. We ask you to please state your name clearly for audio recording. If you have any documentations that you'd like to share or to be distributed to the council, we ask you to please mail those to City Clerk at 526 C Street, Marysville 95901. The first item in the public hearing section is considering a potential program for inclusion in the State Community Development Block Grant, Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Act, CDBG CB 1, 2, and 3 application. The recommendation from staff is to pass a motion to 1, open to the public hearing, to receive comments, and 2, to provide direction for staff to prepare an application. This comes from our interim city manager, Ms. Palazzo. Oh, no, Jennifer, sorry.
It does say Jean on there. I was just making the introduction. So
okay.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am here to introduce Lori Adams. She is on the line for us. She is working with Adams Ashby, who we have contracted to help to write our CDBG grant. And she's going to be the one that will be presenting this item and answering any questions that you may have. So I'm going to pass it over to Lori this time.
Thank you, Lori.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm not sure if I can follow the presentation that you just had, but we're going to shift gears a little bit and talk about some more CDBG funding. Through the CARES Act, the federal government provided the CDBG program funding for cities and counties to be allocated through a methodology allocation for all cities and counties within the state of California. The city of Marysville has an opportunity to apply for funding under the CB1, CB2, and CB3 allocations. We are looking at approximately $270,000 being available to the city of Marysville for programs that are directly related to supporting the community who have been impacted by the COVID situation. It's a very narrow process that you're able to apply for, but there are multiple programs that you can consider for assistance in the community. The programs that we're looking to provide under are going to be your community development programs. This would be your public service sectors. It's going to be public facility improvements that are supporting healthcare facilities, potentially in expansion or services that they might need to be providing, and they have support from you on that. They're looking at potential acquisition to support facilities related to housing or people who are experiencing homelessness. And also your economic development programs, which can assist your business assistance, loans / grants, and they have improved the grant process as well as micro enterprise businesses. So tonight, I'm not sure, Nicole, do I have the presentation available?
You will in 1 minute, Lori.
All right, great. So tonight, what we would like to do is review the program with you and the allocation components that the state CDBG program has provided us, and then open the public hearing, take comments from the public on areas that they would like to see this funding focused in, and then follow that up with council discussion, questions, and then attempt to kind of hone that down to a potential program or programs that you would like to see us pursue. And with those, I can actually talk about the impacts, potential impacts, resources, and things you will want to consider as we start to define what your program might look like.
Are you ready for the presentation?
Please. Do I have control, or Nicole, do I just need to tell you to advance?
If you could just tell me to advance.
Okay, all right, go ahead. So again, this was funding that was provided through HUD. It was $18.7 million in the CARES Act. It has been released in 3 separate cycles, which we are calling CB1, CB2, and CB3. Each city and county has been scheduled to receive an amount determined by CDBG. The applications are due, and we're expected to see that NOFA released in November. And as a requirement, that's why we're holding these public hearings. You're allowed up to 3 activities for the funding. The caveat is that all funds must be expended within 12 months from the date of the contract. It holds the same requirements as your regular CDBG funds do, and they must meet the national objective, which is your low to moderate income. When you're working with economic development, it's going to be focused on job retention. We'll also have a limited clientele components if you're working with public services. And then there's also low to moderate income housing, which is going to cover your homeless programs, et cetera, or urgent need. The funding can also be combined with the county in order to create a larger program and a larger pool of funds available in the community. And that can be done using an MOU process, which is very simple, and that they've actually streamlined to make that process easier for the communities to work within. And the county and the city must be in good standing and meet threshold requirements to be eligible. And those threshold requirements are going to be your single audit is in compliance, there are no monitoring findings outstanding, that you've met your housing element requirements, and that you're willing to sign your statement of assurances and meet those requirements. Okay, go ahead, Nicole. So just to review the permitted activities again, so public services to respond to COVID-19 impacts, public facility improvements, which will increase capacities of our healthcare programs. We're going to look at public facility acquisition to increase capacity of the facilities as well. We're going to look at economic development for job retention focused. This is not normally our economic development is going to be focused on job creation. That's not the case with CV funds. They want job retention components. And then that is broken down into both business assistance and micro enterprise. Business assistance is going to be for-profit businesses that have 5 or more employees, and your micro enterprise is going to be those that are 5 or less, including owners that are working in the business. Okay, next slide. So once again, this is our public hearing process. We are required to hold citizens' participation as a part of the CDBG program. And so we're here today to give them that opportunity, to give the community and yourselves to ask questions, provide input, and get answers on this process, the program, the funding, and what the uses can be. So if you want to open that public hearing now, then I can start to go through the uses, and we can start our conversation about the program.
Can you go over your potential activities to the next slide for the public?
I will. Oh,
Thank
yes, you. Perfect. So the potential activities, what I've done is just, I've looked at all of the other communities and seen kind of what is the popular trends right now, and that we're seeing as far as the needs on the communities that we're working with. So on the public service category, we're seeing some support to the Meals on Wheels program. There's some school tutoring programs that are being funded, and subsistence payments. And subsistence payments specifically is rent and mortgage assistance, as well as utilities for water, sewer, your cable bills, or billing, and allowing this program to pay for that utility with all the distance learning and distance work that is occurring to help support families that may have additional costs associated with that. And again, those are persons who are impacted by COVID. So there's some strict rules around who you can assist, how you assist them, etc. Public facility improvements are about healthcare clinic support, additional space for screening. We have the COVID testing requirements that are out there that are impacting communities, and this is one way that those funds can help assist that. And we also have acquisition, which is actually for increasing the capacity of the facilities. So that's going to be potentially purchasing property for treatment and recovery. If we need to create isolation centers to allow for quarantining, that can also be a use of these funds. And then your economic development, which is your job retention. And again, that's your financial and technical assistance for the businesses. So financial assistance would be actual cash grants that would be going to the business to help support their needs for cash flow for the business. It could be potentially for upgrades or changes that need to occur to the business in order to make them COVID ready and to meet the state requirements that are being handed out. And then also a technical assistance component. A lot of businesses are having to basically retool their front door, is what I call it, because now they're moving to an online platform more so than the walk through the door platform of retail. So they're having to create new ways of making that business happen, whether it be through different websites that they're having to create or point of sale online in order to take orders via websites. That is a lot of costs, and there's a lot of education at times that goes into that process. So some technical assistance is occurring around that, as well as new marketing strategies and making their online presence available and putting their inventories online. So all of those components can also be covered under the technical assistance component of the economic development program. Next slide. And then just for the public to be aware of what the resources are, this is the outline for the CV1 NOFA, which had already been released, but you are able to access your CV1 funds through the CV2 and CV3 components. And then we also have the action plans that were provided by HCD for the program if there's additional information that is needed to understand all of those components that are a part of this process. So now we can take some questions.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, this is a competitive application that we're putting in?
It is not. This is a method allocation. So the funds are already allocated to the city, and the city just needs to develop a program that is eligible and submit the application, and then you'll receive the funds that have been allocated for the city.
Thank you. So let's open up to the public for a public hearing. I'll open up public hearing now. Any members of the public like to make comments on this community development application program and activities or projects to be considered for funding?
Yes, Mayor. We have Tracy Jacobson first, and then we'll be hearing from Kelly Rich Creek.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobson?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have a couple questions regarding the new program. As far as the school tutoring goes, we've seen some other programs roll out in surrounding counties where they are covering only licensed daycare facilities. If you have a child distance learning or know of a child distance learning, you know that there are more centers out there than just licensed daycares. And I would ask that you allow this funding to go to other businesses that are supporting distance learning families. Us, for example, we have families that have been with us for the last couple months, and as we're going into the holiday season, they're not able to afford distance learning services. And so we have second and third graders potentially staying home alone while mom and dad work because mom and dad can't afford the continued distance learning schedule that the schools are putting out. So this funding is very, very important to families here in this area. We serve half Sutter County and half Yuba County families, and we are hearing it daily from families. And so I would ask that that school tutoring program that you roll out is not just for licensed daycares, but it is for all businesses that have a proven track record of supporting distance learning.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Maybe we have to investigate this. Funding for this program, does it require for specifically this school tutoring program or distance learning projects that have to be licensed through the state, or could it? Do you know about this?
So this would be something that we would need a proposal. So I'm assuming, Tracy, and I apologize, you must be from an organization that supports this type of a service. So it may be that some sort of a outline of what that program would look like. I would need to gather that, and then I would have to take it to the CDBG representatives and review that plan with them to determine how we would be able to make that assistance occur.
Well,
there's not an obligation that it be a licensed center. It's
okay,
more around a nonprofit.
I think that was the question. Thank you.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Ms. Rich Creek?
Thank you. I just wanted to give my feedback on the activities I feel like our community needs the most is just to tie into what Tracy said. I agree. We need help with our schools and the distance learning and to help those businesses that aren't, just the licensed one or whatever category she's going to check into. But also the number 2 high up on there is economic development. So whatever we can do to help these businesses survive, to do the help with COVID ready, anything we can do to help economic development, basically. That's what I think we need the most of.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comment.
No further comments, Mayor.
Okay, well then, let's close public comments. We'll close the public hearing. Council, questions, thoughts on how do we design this program to believe that we're looking at maybe getting a dedicated $238,000 to support our community in our city and our business owners or our residents or businesses. Any thoughts on? So right now, is staff coming back with the actual plan, the actual design afterwards, Gene? Is that the thought?
And have Ms. Adams kind of chime in on this. We're collected input today on the public hearing. We'll put that together and then come back to the council for a final decision. Is that correct, Lori?
Yes, that's correct. Mm-hmm. We want to really kind of vet it out and see what your directive is, so that we know that we're pursuing the items that you are prioritizing for the community. We'll look at those. We'll look at how we would implement those. For example, if economic development was an item that you were interested in, then we would look at your economic development organization in the Yuba-Sutter area and speak to them about a subrecipient agreement and contracting with them to implement the program on behalf of the city. Again, you want to find a program and a partner with that process in order to implement, so that you aren't overloading city staff and having to manage applications and applicants and expending these funds. So I think when you consider programs, you also want to consider potential partnerships in order for implementing these programs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's open it up to the council. Yes, ma'am.
Lori, is this going to be distributed in one lump sum, or is it 3 cycles or one disbursement?
So the disbursement process with HCD and the CDBG program is always a reimbursement process. So when we make a partnership with an organization for implementation of the selected program or programs, then they would be expending the funds, and then the city would be reimbursing them, and then we would go to CDBG for reimbursement to the city.
Mhm. Okay, so does that happen in 3 cycles with the 1, 2, and 3? Is that what that?
No, it would be any time that you submit a pay request for up to the total amount that's available to you. So it just depends on how the operation of your program is going. You would draw down those funds as you need them. They don't provide the funds to you in a check. They provide them to you as you expend them.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Here.
Yes, sir.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Lori,
Yes.
have you contacted Yuba County One Stop as a partner in this and let them match funds against their job development programs?
No, I have not. We haven't made any contact. I believe that the Yuba-Sutter Economic Development Organization, I think we did some outreach to them just to confirm that they were operating programs currently. But until we had directive from the council, we have not made any formal connections regarding the CD funding.
Well, I might suggest you contact the director of the Yuba County One Stop. That's their job, is job retention and expansion, and see if you can make a partnership with them. I'd like to see us match some of the monies with one of our organizations that educate businesses and help develop that. And that would make a good match. That's what they're there for. So I recommend you contact them and see if they would like to be a partner.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's under Yuba County Office of Education, incidentally.
Got it.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Question of clarification, Lori, sorry. So I'm understanding that it's a $230,000 allotment altogether for 1, 2, 3. We have to front the cash. If we spend it and then don't fit the parameters for whatever reason, like we forgot to dot our I or cross our T, and then submit for it, is there a chance of us not getting reimbursed for it?
Well, we, of course, work diligently to ensure that that doesn't occur, but there is always a potential that a applicant may end up being found to be ineligible during an audit process, although that's on a more rare side of it. When we put your package together and your program together, that'll all be approved through CDBG. So going in, they'll know what your program is, how it's going to be implemented, who the partners are. We'll have a subrecipient agreement in place that'll meet their requirements. All of those things will be outlined. As it's being implemented, my role for the city is to monitor that process and that program with your partner to ensure that it's being implemented appropriately and accordingly. Then, we monitor and audit that as they continue through the process. I also provide training and support to them to try to not have those missteps occur. It can occur. It has occurred in the past in programs that I've worked with. And then at that point in time, then you would be looking to the subrecipient to reimburse you. Then you would be reimbursing the state should that occur.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The only question I had is there a deadline on this for applying? I don't see that in here.
Yes, so it's kind of it's an unknown date at this moment. We are anticipating the NOFA to be released between the 1st and mid of November. Your application will be likely due within 3 to 4 weeks from that date. And then once it's submitted, they will review the package and follow up with any additional information that they will need. And then you will have the ability to begin incurring costs on that program. And the dollar amount that we've provided is an estimate. We won't have the full amount until they submit the NOFA. What they have told us is it's 2 to 3 times the amount of the CV1 funding source. And at that, you were, I think, just over, I think you were in the mid 70,000s. So we're estimating what that amount's going to be at this time. It could be a little more, it could be a little less.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So I'm going to try to summarize. I think, and I'll need the council to nod their heads or just disagree with me. But it looks like, based on the public comment, that we want to design a program that looks at job retention, economic development, whether it's working with EDC or Yuba County Office of Education through their one-stop program. Also, the public facilities did not get any comments, or the for healthcare or for increased capacity. The other one that did receive some comments was the school tutoring program to try to support our whether it is distant learning needs that our parents are going to need, or to provide after school programs specifically dealing with the pandemic. I do want to add myself that I think we should consider, and I'd like to ask the council for their input, is looking at some type of subsistence payments for our folks. And I think clearly we know that people are being affected economically and having to make choices between paying their rent or their bills or their medication or some other important things that they have to deal with. So I guess I would like to see a way that we can actually include that as part of this program, to include a business economic development program, and also add a school tutoring / support for our distant learning folks, and also a subsistence payment that will assist. And maybe we can find whether it's the housing authority that can provide that program, or some other nonprofit that maybe we can find and partner with. But I think the housing authority might be one that has a similar program with specifically with rent payments that maybe can support administering that program. But I think there's probably a couple other nonprofits that can provide. The Meals on Wheels, I think our Yuba-Sutter Food Bank are doing a tremendous job in facilitating and helping with food insecurity issues within our community. So I think that is a big problem, but I think they really have a really good heads up on that one, and they're working really well on that. So any comments on what I summarized from the council?
I have one question.
Go ahead.
Partly with what you're saying and what we're talking about here. So my question is, we have all these different places to spend it: school programs, retention, jobs, health facilities, public systems. Do we have to touch on each one of those?
No.
Or can we direct it?
We have to
design as many or as few as we like.
I think staff are looking for direction on how to design the program.
Mm-hmm.
And we can do up to 3 different programs out of all the ones that were kind of listed.
There's 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least up to 3. It could all be funded to one particular area as we design, but I think staff are looking for actual input. And so I was trying to summarize both the public input and what I heard from you on a need to maybe look at the economic economic development job retention program, maybe whether working with EDC or with Yuba County Office of Ed through their one-stop program. I also heard from the public on school tutoring programs / distant learning support for schools. And maybe there's a nonprofit, whether it's the First 5 or someone else who might be able to help us support that program. We know they have some school tutoring grants through the First 5 they're already delivering and providing support for. And in my mind, I think we also need maybe to add a subsistence part that can support our residents when it comes to, especially the most needy, when it comes to rent payments. So then we don't, so we can just prevent people from having to lose and be displaced during this current economic condition.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But it is a good point. You do have a very limited amount of funding. And so you definitely want to try to hone this into one program. In my opinion, when you're looking at business assistance, 270,000 or 230,000 doesn't go very far. So it is, you could potentially, if you did $10,000 grants, you're looking at potentially only 20 businesses that you're going to be able to reach with those funding, with the implementation costs that you're going to have as a part of that program as well. So that is a good consideration when you're looking at the variety of up to 3 with the sum of funds that you have. Focusing in on one program would be more of a benefit to the program that you are putting funds into.
And I appreciate that. And I think that goes to my point. I really feel the economic development portion of it in our community, the counties have done a tremendous job in focusing their dollars right now on local businesses and supporting, including Marysville businesses, to support their business. So I think, I don't know what the need is. I know that EDC is doing a great job. I don't know how expansive the need is or will be in the near future, but it seems to me that the local businesses have, I think the counties have met the need. I'm not sure how much more need there is in the economic development, job retention portion of it. I may be wrong, but that's a conversation maybe the staff can have with EDC to see how big that gap, that delta may be. My mind, supporting our families would be key, especially if we have to focus on one area. And in my mind, public services to respond to the impacts for our families, probably as important as anything else, given that our counties are doing a great job on supporting our local businesses. But please, council, please speak up.
Well, I was going to say, the economic development and job retention, we have a tremendous unemployment rate here in the county of Yuba, the city of Marysville. Excuse me. We've invested monies in helping these businesses stay in business. And I tell you what, if people are working and making some money, their motivation, their desires to do better helps. I know you can't live on $15 a month. I understand that. But we only have $230,000, and it seems to me we could parlay that money with another organization that has funding, run that up to $200,000, $500,000. We get a better bang for our dollars. We can't keep giving away. And when that runs out, they're just exactly where they started from. We need to, I personally feel we need to start a program that will train people to be life supporting and help the businesses themselves through an on-the-job training program or whatever they design. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. Whatever they design, at least we're parlaying that money and trying to double it or again, third. But when you start giving out money, it runs out and we don't have anything for it. There's still poverty. And when we put people to work, then that helps sustain that poverty. So I'm totally supportive of a one-stop integration with this program. Being a director of the One Stop for 15 years, I know what they do and I know how many people they put in. And it is a program that it's outcome driven. It's not just one of these that have high recidivism rates. And also the EDC. If we could parlay with those two organizations, the EDC doesn't have any money to put in it. We're going to pay for that. And on the executive board, I understand that. But in the other Yuba County Office of Education, the educational fund could help parlay this into some more money. That's my story.
Thank you. Yes.
So I agree that we need to put funding toward businesses and jobs. Because I know a lot of businesses are still struggling here. And if you don't have a job and you can't run your business, you can't pay your rent. So I think all that filters down. And I think that's could be a primary focus for us. And then ask the question, are there other agencies that are doing a good job at subsistence programs and those other things? So anyway, but I would look at the businesses first and the jobs first. Would be my suggestion.
So through the chair, stemming on what Bill was suggesting there a little bit, I mean, I like the idea of maybe partnering with an organization that's already doing the work, only because of the fact our staff's pretty overworked. So I don't really want to give them another project or task necessarily that we have to funnel through our staff. If we could figure out something that we can partnership with in conjunction with you, Ms. Adams, and so forth, and the word parlay, I think of pirates, so I'm not 100% sure. It's kind of one of those things that if we could funnel that funding to another organization that does this, is that even doable? Is that a thought?
Yes.
Can we do that, Lori? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. It's done through what they call a subrecipient contract, and it is a direct turnover of the funds to that organization through a grant management agreement that you have with them for implementation. And then we train them and assist them in meeting the requirements of HCD on your behalf. And so it's funded through you, and then you fund to them. It's very similar to how HUD funds to the state, and then the state funds to you. It's just you're the next step, funding to another organization, another nonprofit organization, to support the implementation of the program.
I'm sold. But I mean, I'm sure the staff will say something about that. But I think
Vice Mayor, is there anything else you want to add?
No.
So I guess I'm okay with putting a economic development program with these funds. I guess I just want to be clear that it's not that. I just want to make sure that we define the actual problem out there, and meaning, I mean, I don't know what EDC or how much the county has given out, and if the program is actually well funded already, and there's no real need to add our dollars in there, because everyone is able to get supported at the local level. So I may be wrong, but if the EDC or Yuba County Office of Ed through their one-stop programs sees they need additional resources to leverage the program, I think it'll be great to continue the economic job retention focused program. But if you find in your analysis that these dollars really aren't going to add value to the current programs that the county and other folks are putting together, I like to also do an analysis on some type of a school tutoring program that's to support our local families and parents with children. Gene? I don't have a problem with that. Is that okay, folks?
Okay. So then our next steps will be to do some research and then come back to the council with an outline of what we have found and what our recommendation would be based on that data that we will present back to you for a final directive.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
So we opened the public, we closed the public hearing, we provided direction. I think we're good. So let's move to the community. Thank you so much.
Have a good evening.
Let's move to community consent calendar. We ask individuals wishing to address the city council concerning consent calendar items or on matters not already in the agenda. We invite you to make oral comments about 3 minutes. We ask you to please raise your hand via Zoom. When you're called, we ask you to please, you'll be unmuted and you can address the city council. We ask you to please state your name clearly for audio recording. You are requested to address your comments to the mayor and council and not to the audience. So please, no shenanigans. By state law, the council is not permitted to undertake any action or discussion on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. If you have any documentations that you would like to distribute to the council, please mail it to our city clerk at 526 C Street, Marysville, California, 95901. Members of the public like to make a comment?
Yes, our first comment will be from Kelly Rich Creek.
Very well. Ms. Rich Creek?
Unmute there. My comments are on number 4 and number 5, but were you pulling those and discussing?
Yes.
Okay, so then I will wait for that.
Very good. Thank you.
No further comments.
Very good. Let's move to the consent calendar. As previously mentioned, items 4, 5, 6, and 12 have been pulled from the consent calendar. Matters on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and therefore approved by one motion unless any of the council members or city managers like to request a matter to be removed from the consent calendar.
aside from the 4, 5, 6, and 12, any other items the council like to pull?
Yeah, through the chair.
Yes.
Just for conversation, and I'm sorry I didn't make a phone call earlier. Can we pull 11 so we can talk about it real quick?
Sure. We'll pull item 11 as well. Any other matters? What's the will of the council then? We'll move to approve the other items not pulled, which will be item 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 13. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is approved. The vote of 5-0. Okay, we'll put item 11 at the end after item 12. I know it's kind of weird, but we'll do that. So let's move to discussion and action calendar. All these items will be discussed and acted on individually. We'll move to item 14, Proposition 20 discussion. The recommendation is to pass a motion to adopt the resolution in support of Proposition 20 and send the resolution to the League of California Cities as recommended. This request comes from Councilmember McKenzie, our council member.
Yes, thank you very much. We have a big problem. In California, we have a problem with, I know we've heard about it often, with people walking into Walmart and walking out with a grocery cart full of items that they can't be penalized for stealing. So up to $900 and something. And a big issue in our community is that a lot of the people who are drug addicts are doing a lot of theft. And so because of the reduction in the penalties on a previous proposition, it's not considered a felony. And so they're not faced with the decision of a felony charge or the option of they still have the option of choosing rehab, but the penalty isn't stiff enough to kind of encourage them to make that choice. So I know that's been a problem in our community, and Proposition 20 would address that. And it also addresses recategorizing some crimes, again, back to being violent rather than nonviolent, and does a few other things. But I think the big thing for us and for our law enforcement would be really helpful to encourage some of those people that we have on our streets that are doing a lot of crime, might move them towards some rehab, which would be a benefit to our community. And so I think that would be, this is something that we should support, a resolution that League of California Cities asked for cities to create a resolution, which they provided, and to add to the strength of encouraging voters in California to vote yes on Prop 20. So I just ask the council if you'd like to approve a resolution in that regard. And I don't know if Chief Sachs, would you have any comments about the support that it would give to our police department?
I think overall it is a positive for us. It does reclassify some of the violent crimes that will have an impact on us, especially also the theft considerations like you mentioned a few minutes ago. And it will also bring back the DNA standpoint of certain offenders for domestic violence and some other crimes that currently aren't being taken at this point in time. So it would definitely help us on that side of it, and we do support it on our end.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And it also includes preventing the early release of people who are convicted of violent crimes. So thank you. That's my request of the council.
Thank you. Questions for Councilmember McKenzie?
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
So, not knowing the full parameters of it, I know that I read a bit on it. It doesn't countermand the other props that are already out there. It just kind of fixes a few things like 47 and so forth. There's going to be an inherent workload increase on this, which I think, has to be done and so forth. I prefer the stricter route myself than the lenient route. But how Chief Sachs, how's this going to affect the department? I mean, in a good way, bad way?
Well, we're already taking those reports now. We're issuing those citations for the theft site. So some of those citations might change to reports, but minimal impact whatsoever. It definitely would help benefit us in the fact that it gives us more teeth, because some of those crimes are just going to traffic court. Like your theft crimes right now we're writing them a citation and they're going to traffic court. Same thing with a lot of your drug laws, drug violations. We're issuing them a citation and they're going to traffic court, seeing a traffic court judge for those and getting a fine and walking out the door. So this will help give us a little bit more teeth on that side of it. You know, the early release, we see a lot of, 30,000 inmates. I mean, I get emails weekly from CDCR about all the early release inmates in Yuba County that they're letting out early because of COVID and other non-violent crimes and stuff. And this will help reclassify some of those non-violent offenses. So we'll actually have a little bit more teeth to hold those people in custody. We are hoping. So for that, plus the DNA collection. So as far as an extra workload for us, we're already taking those reports. It's just going to help us hopefully keep them in there a little bit longer in accountability, and hopefully educate them that the laws have changed, and hopefully they're not going to continue committing crimes knowing that they're going to get a slap on the hand.
Cool. Thanks, Chief. Appreciate that. So this is just a request for the city of Marysville to support with the League of Cities and so forth, and it's still got to go through its rhetoric through the state and so forth. Help me understand, Stephanie, when might that come to fruition or be shut down? The proposition.
The proposition on November 3rd.
This is November 3rd.
Yeah.
Quickly. And so, I mean, I am not opposed to supporting this. I'm just kind of curious. I mean, is this actually putting our name out there? It doesn't put one of those invisible targets on us, does it?
No, I think it would just be supporting our public who's complaining about people on drugs who are continuing to steal and not have a penalty. This adds penalties to that, and then encourages people toward rehab, which is what we'd like to see in the community. To also gives assurance to the public that violent offenders won't be released early, and will help also our, like Chief said, help solve crimes because of the DNA collections. But I think mainly for us, it makes a statement to our community that this is important to us as a city. And so please vote for this, because it will benefit our community as a whole and support our law enforcement efforts that they mention to us probably almost daily when we're talking about crime in our community and things like that. So I think it's a statement to say, we think this is important as a city, please support this. We're adding our name to that.
Well, I'm in favor of that. Thank you. I'm in favor of giving a little more sharper teeth for the officers. So thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm just surprised that under current law, violent crimes like the domestic violence, date rape, sexual trafficking of children, and assault with deadly weapons are considered nonviolent crimes. That just surprises me, because I'll tell you what, every one of those things could lead to a violent crime of death, murder, trafficking children. That's not a nonviolent crime. That's a violent crime. I'm totally supportive of this, and I think that League of Cities is carrying the ball, and I think we ought to join in on it, making sure that we state that we support this Proposition 20 for the reasons so stated.
Also, our small businesses, even the large businesses, Walmart, you've seen what they've done at Walmart to try to crack down on theft.
Yeah.
So
a lot of money goes out the door.
Yeah.
But I'm just concerned about the date rape and domestic violence, and those are nonviolent crimes, but yet you'll get a felony conviction if the husband hits the wife and gets 5 years. So, and gets a felony conviction.
Yeah.
Comments, Vice Mayor?
For me, this is just a no-brainer. I've supported it all along, and I guess the question here is, do we want to throw in our hat with the League of Cities? I think absolutely we should.
Thank you. Just a quick question about the DNA collection. What does that mean, sir? Is that additional task that we have to perform?
Not on us. It'll be upon arrest or incarceration. So we used to have that, and then it went away for certain crime offenses, and now that would be reinstated. So they would take DNA swabs once they're incarcerated and add that to the DNA database, which if we get fingerprints or we get any saliva, semen, anything like that, whatsoever, in any one of our cases, we can track that to the database for a confirmative match.
Very good. My only concern with this proposition is, at least the way I read it, is that there isn't state, almost like there's a lot of works for our courts, for our administrator, for our police department, for our sheriff, for our jails, but I don't see any funding coming out of this proposition, like to support the additional work that is being asked to do. So I guess that's is there funding in this proposition from the state to support this additional work? Do you know, Chief?
I did not see any funding allocated to this, but it's very minimal on our part.
No, I understand, but just overall the system, like from the jails to our courts to, you know, for all, in my mind, it seems to be like the state's going to come in and put a new set of requirements, and they're not going to be funded by the state. So I guess that's what I'm concerned about.
Well, they're currently funded by the state with additional funding now because of all the prison realignment. They're putting more of the burden on the counties and provided some additional funding, but not enough at that point in time. So when you look at the state side, if they're not having as much early release, it will be more on the state side of it than it would be at the local level side of it.
Okay.
To the chair.
Yes, sir.
I don't think this would be an unfunded mandate from the state. This would be a form of a law change. The proposition will convert to a law. It's not a unfunded liability or an unfunded mandate. So
I guess my concern is if our police department is going to need later on more administrative functions or more staffing. That's all I worry about at the local level. Yeah.
No, it will not on our end. We will survive and handle this just fine with what we have.
Just another law to carry.
So with that, would you like to entertain a motion, Ms. McKenzie?
Yes, I'd like to entertain the motion. I can't find the paper here to adopt a resolution. I don't know the number.
There's no number. But
there's no number. Adopt a resolution
to support Proposition 20.
To support resolution for 2020 something in support of Proposition 20 and send the resolution to the League of California Cities as recommended.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion is approved with a vote of 5-0. Thank you. Let's move to item 15. Community sponsorship account and draft policy recommendations to pass the motion to adopt a resolution to approve the policy and application for public use. And 3, if the policy is adopted, authorize the city manager office to advertise the process and accept applications till 4 p.m. Friday, November 20th. By the end of the calendar year, the city manager will be presenting all received eligible applications to council for authorizations of distribution to selected recipients. Mr. Palazzo. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight I'm bringing forward a recommendation from staff to request approval of a policy and procedures for the disbursement of the $5,000 budgeted in the community sponsorship account for non-governmental organizations. Last year was our first year of allocating the budget and housing such a program. However, at the time, there were no parameters set forth at the time of inception to how the funds should be dispersed. Staff has drafted a policy and application to help solidify the future guidelines of this program. With your approval, staff recommends adopting the draft policy starting next fiscal year, 2021-2022. If approved, the same guidelines would be effective this current fiscal year. However, dates of submissions and disbursements of funds would be adjusted to allow for quicker payments to the applicant businesses. Applications for this current fiscal year will be due on November 20th by 4 p.m. Council review process will happen in December, and then payment of funds will be forthcoming. Any businesses that have requested funds for this current year will have to submit through the current application process lined out within this policy. Those are our recommendations.
Thank you. Questions?
I do.
Yes, sir.
So in this application, it says 1,500 maximum. Before, I think we were giving it out at 5,000? So this would be limited.
Correct. So last year was our first year dispersing, and we had 2 agencies request funding. So it
Right.
was split in half. So it was 2,500.
And the way I understand it, it is not necessarily first come, first serve.
Correct. This process will alleviate that.
Okay. And lastly, this won't affect any of the events that we already put on. What was the right term? The historic.
Not at all. This is in addition to.
That's in addition. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Any public input?
Not at this time, Mayor.
So I'd like to entertain if there's no other comments, I'd like to entertain a motion. Any comments from council members? Seeing none, I'd like to entertain a motion to adopt the resolution to establish the guidelines and also to approve the policy and application for public use.
Motion to approve.
Second. Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved, the vote of 5-0. Thank you, staff, for that. Let's move to item 4. This is a pay scale for manager position. The recommendation is to pass the motion to amend the current city manager pay range to incorporate a likeness between the city manager pay scale and all other positions within the city, a 9-step pay scale. Mr. Palazzo.
I'll respond to this.
Yeah.
If you, the 9-step that we have, I believe, starts at 145,000, goes up to roughly 145, goes up to 170 something. I believe we're just starting the tier way too high. Anytime we hire anyone, the tier level that we start them at is negotiable. So I believe during the discussion on this, it was that we needed to be able to attract more or better qualified candidates. And that's why we started there. My problem is that if we start getting up too high in here, how are we going to be able to, what are we going to be able to maintain this level over the years? Is it going to put us in a position that maybe we need to end up cutting back or something? So for the sake of giving us a little more room, I think we should start level 1 somewhere down closer to the 130 area.
I just want to clarify. The 145 was presented to us, correct? I mean, that was part of your presentation to us as the council, and I believe there was 5 nods that you received from us on that level, and then there was reason behind starting at the 145, correct?
That is correct.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, if I can respond to that.
Well, no, I just want to hear what the reason was.
Okay.
Well, this was a discussion in closed session, when we were discussing next steps to hire the city manager and the pay salary scale, came up, and the presentation to the city council, included the, kind of some comparisons to other cities. We had, I think, 10 other cities on what their pay scales were. And we're trying to, we were discussing, what would make, our city more competitive to get the highest and best qualified candidate. We also discussed to transition the pay scale from just a 1-step pay scale like it is currently, kind of with the top step, to have a 9-step pay scale to be consistent, with the rest of our employees and staff. We discussed, the 145,000 is 15,000, a little higher than your existing pay scale. Current pay scale tops out at around 130,000. We, kind of did the math with that number and showed the council, kind of those comparisons. I got the nod from the council to move forward with this 9-step pay scale, and here it is before you for approval.
Vice Mayor.
Well, we've had a lot of nods that don't bring us to this point of voting. So I think the concept, I myself nodded on the concept, but doing a little bit more investigating and talking with the recruiter, this level doesn't have to be started at this position. It's not taking away any opportunity for us to pay at 145 starting. It's all negotiable once we get down to the final candidates. So we can start them at any level within that tier, any tier that we prefer.
And actually, let me add, part of that discussion was compaction and the looking at the compaction with the city manager and your chiefs. Chiefs are about 127,000. The city manager about 130,000. You're trying to kind of do a little bit more spread with that compaction. So we move that pay scale up. So there's some kind of logic and reasoning behind it.
I understand we did have that discussion. I don't believe that we need to put ourselves in too much of a high-paying situation because of where we have our other levels. I agree there needs to be a disparity between the two. But again, and I'll leave it at this, I believe we need to start tier 1 at a lower level than we're starting at this particular level. I don't care where we top out. That's all based on where we move with as we do merit increases. So I just always believe you
So
can
you're
go
okay
up,
with
but
that?
you can't. You can go up, but you can't go down.
You're okay with the 9 scale?
I'm fine with the 9. I just don't want to start at 145.
Any other comments?
I have a question for Jean. So what would be a level, is there a level lower than that would alleviate that compaction?
Yeah,
or
typically,
I don't remember
and
what the
I have
numbers
to go
were.
back to my notes on our discussion, but I think at the county, and maybe Ms. Bo can remember on our, or Jennifer, I think it was 12% with other city managers. I think it was Yuba City. We looked at 12% compaction rate between the top paid, typically it's the chiefs and the city manager.
Mm-hmm.
And you recall the other comparison that we looked at?
There was the county and then also the city of Yuba City. And what we did is we maintained the likeness of the 9-step system, ranging from a 20% from the bottom to the top scale. That's how we got there, in likeness with all of the other staff positions.
So if you look at that, starting salary, I think you're in the range, with kind of being consistent with other cities. If you lower that, do 135, then your top step will, of course, be less. As you stick with that 9 steps, there's 5% difference between each of these steps. Correct? 5% between each step.
2.5%.
2.5% between each step. Excuse me, 2.5%.
Okay. Yeah, I think we had pretty much looked at all those numbers and thought that was reasonable. But I have a question because I am looking at the different items that you chose to pull and wondering about these items. We have the pay scale for the city manager. We have the recruitment contract. And then we have the contract with MAS for our, what does he do? Our planner guy, inspector guy. So I'm curious why all of those were pulled. And also something that makes me ask that question is I got an email today from somebody who was a police chief that worked with Jonathan Wright
I got one too.
in support of his position, which I thought we had answered that question. So my question, Bruce, are you thinking that you'd like to cancel all of these things to put Jonathan in place?
No.
After we had decided to go through a process?
We haven't
or not?
decided anything until we vote tonight. So
Well, we
what I'm
just-
saying is this one is totally irrelevant to whoever comes into place. The second one, number 5, I am going to make a case for what I feel my last standing with Jonathan. And the final one has nothing to do with Jonathan at all.
Let's stick with item 4, please.
Yeah. Well, she just asked the question.
No, I
I
understand.
just asked the question because I'm curious about all of this. So I think my opinion about the pay scale is that we need to really be realistic about our position
in hiring a city manager, and also our approach to all of our staff and making sure, like, we know that we're below market with everything. Every staff person, every department head is below market. And we're always looking at our PERS unfunded liability that keeps growing as people leave and don't stay here. So I think if we want to do quality, we have a reputation of being a quality organization and doing a quality job and having happy employees that stay forever until they retire. I think that we really need to think about being a good employer, and that may cost us a little bit more money initially, but I think in the long run, it could have really great benefits. And I'm thinking of one of our local construction contractors that you probably all know. He probably is one of the most expensive, but he has a reputation of being the most excellent, one of the most excellent in the community for the job he does. And he takes great care of his employees. They are loyal to him. They do beautiful work, and they stay employed by him. And so I think if we approach our employees and our staffing with the same kind of attitude, that we might see some retention and some quality and some pride coming from the city of Marysville. And we value people as they should be valued. But I really think we need to make sure that we're keeping that distance between the police chief and the city manager, because I know we were really close with Marty. The police chief probably was actually making more than she was at that point. And so that's not a good situation. So I support this. I don't know if there's a lower level that would keep us with that avoiding compaction. So I'd be, open to looking at another number if there was one. So, but otherwise I support this.
So I just want to clarify, council member, are you okay with the 145 per staff's recommendation?
Be something lower that would also provide for the non-compaction
staff?
I'd be open to that.
I guess the analysis was done that the 145 meets your compaction.
We recommend I would recommend the 145.
So you're okay with that, Ms. McKinsley? Okay.
To the chair.
Yes, sir.
Leading the steps, is that a 10-year or a 9-year seniority? Start the first year, second year, third year, fourth year, fifth year, and you give annual rates of wage adjustment?
Typically on an annual review.
So for 9 years, they would be at 174,470.
If they start at
145.
If they started at step one, then council could certainly go, skip a step.
I'm just wondering, because the average tenure of a city manager is 5 to 6 years. So if he starts out at 145, he would never reach the 174. He wouldn't be here, or she would not be here for 10 years. But that's the hiring gimmick, if you will.
You can start as a city manager
at any place
in that range. Step 1 or step 9.
Yep.
When you do your annual reviews, if you want to, they start at step 1 and they're rocking. You can you say we're gonna do instead of 2.5, we'll do 5% and go to step 3. I mean that's completely at your discretion.
Well, you have to be he or she would have to be a pretty experienced CEO before I just. Anyway, I've said enough.
Bill, I just want to move things along. Are you okay with the 145 start? Okay.
So, I mean, with regards, I do remember the conversation that we had, Gene, in the closed session and so forth. And at that time, we did talk about all those issues that you brought up and you took into consideration. In regards to what you're sharing, Stephanie, I mean, the better employer is not always the better paying employer. It's, about leadership, and it's about, what kind of environment that is presented. I mean, I've taken jobs that were less paying because I wanted that environment, so forth. So, and that environment is about the leadership that is projected, and dangling a thicker, better carrot does not necessarily mean we're going to get the leadership that we need on that type of thing. So I'm kind of going, we have a pool of funds here in Marysville, and we're not 100% sure what that pool is going to look like after COVID response and so forth. Just like we ask our department heads to, this is your budget, make your department work within that budget. So we're doing on a slightly bigger scale. This is our city. We need to be fiscally responsible. What's going down? I get it, if we do a 145, that it's probably going to attract a lot more people to this whole thing. But that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to get the more qualified individual and so forth. I would have to agree with the original philosophy on this, but I would have to also acquiesce a little bit here and understand that if we come at this with a little bit less start, that, you know, it can work anywhere within. If we did a 135, which is above what we were, and which was the intent of the situation, you know, a 135 and then have 9 steps inside of that. And just like Gene said, we could start anywhere between, you know, if theoretically it was 135 to I don't know what the 9 step would be. We'll just call it 160 just for conversation.
1.5%.
For each step, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not doing math that quick in my head.
No,
I'm just saying that, you know, if you start at 135 and whatever that top is, we could start anywhere in there. You know, it's DOE, depending upon experience, when the individual kind of comes and goes from there. I think it would be more prudent for us to be slightly fiscally responsible to start above what it was, but not necessarily 15,000 above what it was, and kind of go from there. And I mean, that's just my thoughts.
Yeah.
Just one more comment.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor. I, without getting into too much what we're speaking here on salaries, I believe that 10% compaction does not put us up near 145, and probably Gene can attest to that without going into numbers.
I think the top scale for the chief, I think he said it was 127.
Okay, well, that puts us at a 10%. It's about 140-ish then.
So I'm just saying, but he's saying it's 12% based on what they saw at the county and city, and that's how they made the determination.
Just making a point.
No, I understand. I just want to clarify that I support staff at the 145 starting, because it does signal to the market that we are trying to be competitive, and based on the information that we received during closed session and looking at our surrounding communities, even in the Sacramento area, even with smaller cities within even our 2 counties, we're not very competitive. And I think for us to move forward in the direction that we want with big projects and dreaming big, and we need folks with experience. And I hope that the 145 signals to people that that's what we want to be. So I support the staff recommendation. Any public input?
Our only comment on this topic will be from Kelly Rich Creek.
Okay. Ms. Rich Creek?
Thank you. I just wanted to let the council know my background before I speak a little bit. I used to work in the Bay Area in HR as a tech recruiter. So just start with that. But I highly agree with what Brad Hudson brought up. That's what I was going to say on my notes, that it's not just pay that people look at. You look at what the city has to offer. What's the cost of living in that city? What are the populations of these cities we're comparing it to? I didn't hear where we compared it. We said we looked at smaller ones. Which smaller ones? You can't really compare to, say, Sacramento is brought up because it's in a lot more employees, I imagined. And it's negotiable. It's definitely negotiable. You start at a lower, and you want to give incentives for a raise for a job well done. So I think that Brad's statement I agree with the most, and I hope we get smart. We don't. That's my feedback. Now, I come from a business side of it, not a governmental side, so I may have a whole different view on some of the opinions expressed tonight. But that's my feedback, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other comments from the public?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Yes.
Just follow up. Hopefully our math is correct, but a 10% spread is 139,700
from the 127.
Correct.
Okay, let's try to come to the middle. Is 139 okay, sir?
Yeah, I could live with 139.
Yeah,
I could live with 139.
All right, let's go. 139. Start that with 9 steps, 2.5 each step. Gene? Is there a motion, Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I motion. Second.
Motion and second.
Any other further comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion to approve with a vote of 5-0.
Thanks for getting that last
Thank you,
step.
sir.
Just a clarification, Mayor, I'm sorry, was the vote for 139 even or 139 700?
Oh, geez. Is that what you said? I said 139 700 too, right?
What? That's fine.
Right?
Fine.
That's what I said, right? That's what we moved on second and passed the motion by 5-0. 139.7. That's what I meant. Thank you. Do you want to make the vote again, Mr. City Attorney?
I'm happy.
Okay. Very good. So he's happy. I'm going to break any laws.
I said 11 o'clock, didn't I?
Okay, where am I? Item 5. Okay. Item 5, city manager recruitment contract and ad hoc committee appointment. The recommendation is to pass a motion to allow the interim city manager to move forward with the city manager's recruitment with CPS. I wrote on that HR for the attached proposal. 2, to allow the interim city manager to execute any necessary recruitment contracts and documentation with CPS HR. Also, direct staff to prepare a budget amendment in the amount of $22,000 at mid-year budget review, and appoint the Vice Mayor Bartolowoli and Councilmember Hudson to an ad hoc committee to assist in the recruitment process on the council's behalf. Mr. Palazzo.
Okay, on this item, again, we discussed the recruitment process and hiring a recruiter in a closed session. My direction was to work with Vice Mayor Bartolowoli and Councilmember Hudson to review the recruiters. We had a handful of recruiters that I was talking to at the time. We did receive 2 proposals. One was kind of something that we looked at, but we were more I guess wowed by CPS HR proposal. We walked through that, and in the direction of the council was to work with the 2 kind of subcommittee members to bring back the proposal that we would recommend to the council to move forward with the recruitment process. That is CPS HR. The item before you is to put that on get under contract so we can start the recruitment process. Our hope is to hire, have the brochure be published by the end of this month, do a month or so recruitment, get applications. The other kind of direction is when and who do you want to interview. The consensus of the council at the time was to have the new council as they come in to do the interview process for the new city manager. So we structured with the consultant to have the applications in by December, kind of reviewed, and then start that review process with the new council, have interviews in January.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, you pull this item?
Yeah, and I'm going to reduce way down what I was going to say and explain it in this fashion. I was on the committee with Councilman Hudson to vet these applications, and I absolutely agree CPS Consulting would be the proper one to go with. I'm going to make one last pitch here. I've made this pitch multiple times, and I'm going to do it again about Jonathan. Let me start this by saying I'm not blindsiding anybody because I spoke with Jane, I spoke with the city attorney, and I spoke with the recruiter before I decided to bring this up. I think there's I think this was not I don't think this went well. The allegations, I think, are extremely poor. I think the substantiating them is very poor. I could go into it. I had a little bit of input from the attorney that although I had this approved by Jonathan, I'm not going to put him in a bad position just in case from our discussion. But what I will say is I think the allegations were horrible. I think the support for them was horrible. I guess I should have started with a sentence that I have seen I have had a discussion with what they were. And so my thought being, knowing we're not going to do this now, but we're going to do it after the election, I think there could be support to bring Jonathan back as the city manager if we can't, which we obviously have discussed that we can't bring him back as in his position. So I just think that making it simple and brief, that we'll be spending $22,500 to possibly go out and bring back the same candidate, because I will ask him to apply for the job. I'll leave it at that for the moment. Thank you.
And just kind of two comments, based on that. There's always a process, when you do things. I sat as a hearing officer. I wrote a 16-page brief. That brief can be appealed to the court, and a judge can take a look at it. So if, Mr. Wright thinks those allegations are not substantiated, there is another process that he can go through, to have that taken a look at. It goes to the court. It does become public. If you are going to hire any city manager, not just Mr. Wright, but anybody, I would always highly recommend that you do a background check. And when you do that background check, you ask, to look at personnel files, and that way, you council would be able to see everything that is within that personnel file, and you'll be able to make a sound decision, with that. So there's always a process, when you kind of approach and start moving down, different paths. That's all I have to say.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I've listened to my colleague to my left, and he says he has information that I don't have. I don't think anybody else has it. It's almost like an ex parte communication, that he has information. This man was terminated with cause, went through an appeal process. The appeal process did not uphold his appeal. So now we got a gentleman who was terminated, and now we're talking about making him the chief person of this city, which is the city manager. He's not qualified. He's not eligible to be that position. It's beyond me how we can sit here. And if I was in business and I asked my two colleagues here who ran on the opposite of running the city like a business, would you hire a person that has been terminated with cause in your business? I would suggest you would not.
I have.
Well, you may have, but I would suggest you would not. That's not a good business decision, but that's your choice. You were the employer. And I would never, ever stand up and support this person to be coming back in unless he's willing to step up to the plate, reveal his personal records, so all of us have the same information that you have, which he gave to you right after the appeal. You've had it for a long time. So, and you can draw your own conclusions, whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent. The trial judge, if you will, the city manager, made a determination based upon the facts as reported. And what it did, it exonerated the city manager that we terminated. It did. It absolutely did. Yeah, absolutely did. No matter what we say, it did exonerate her. Now here we are going back and going to hire this guy back as a city manager. That's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous unless he comes forth and presents himself with his personnel record, so we all have that information to make a decision and let him.
That's not the question.
Well, it is a question, as he said, and I'm answering his question, Mayor. He's supporting it, and I'm not, and I'm telling you why I don't support it.
No, I understand that. I just want to make sure that in the vice mayor opened that up.
He did,
and I give you leeway there, but I just want to make sure that we go back to the question that we have at hand from staff, is to hire the consultant to put forward the recruitment process.
Can I make one more remark here?
I'm sorry. Since my colleagues brought it up, then I have the opportunity to rebuke that. And it's just not, I just can't support that until this record's cleared. If he wants to go to Superior Court and file an appeal, and a Superior Court judge grants that appeal based upon the evidence, I'm 100% for it. But right now, I could not support that. And I think it's ridiculous to even support that until that name is cleared. Thank you, Mayor.
And how about the proposal put at hand?
The proposal
to hire CPS HR.
Oh, yeah, I support that.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I just want to make clear what my point was here. My point was, I agree that nothing that I've heard or seen should be taken for any more value than unless everybody was to see the whole thing. My suggestion would be that we took the time to see that in a closed session. That's my suggestion. My point with this was, do we want to sign a contract for $22,500 without taking that time to do that? I will honestly tell you, whatever the group goes with here, I will support. I'm just looking at the fact, if we went to that, and maybe nobody would agree to go to that, to bring it into session, a closed session. But my point more than anything was, would we possibly delay this for that? I will go along with what everybody feels is most comfortable.
I guess the only point that I think the interim city manager has made is that there's a process for the individual to take the next step. So I'm not sure if the appropriate process is to have a closed session to review our city manager's work, because as an HR works, I think we're getting into kind of a weird path unless the individual himself wants to share with the rest of the council, but I don't think that needs to be in a closed session. I guess I'm just looking at process.
I agree with you.
And
I agree with
legalities.
I agree with where you're going.
And so I think the individual has other means to clear their name. If they want to take that opportunity to do so. And at the same time, this application process, they're open to apply. Right? It's not.
I really didn't want to get into a discussion on Jonathan. That's why I withdrew everything I was going to say. Okay. It was more on the sake of, is the timing particularly right for this? And if everybody agrees it is, I'm good with that. I don't think we really should get into a discussion on Jonathan. I think you're right. I think Gene made it clear there's another appeal if he wants to go through it. And there's the ability to apply for the job if he wants to do that. So with that being said, that's what I meant to bring up.
Any other comments?
Well, thank you for clarifying that. But I think the process needs to be completed. If he wants to make another attempt at clearing his name, then I think we would definitely need to have that support for us to even consider him as a candidate. And he certainly can apply and go through the process that everybody else would go through. And so, but I think at this time that we should continue with this, hiring a consultant to do this, and he can be part of that process if the time comes. Yeah.
Any other comments?
Just in response to Bruce's thing, I'm highly curious about what's information may or may not have been shared, but it's regardless, it doesn't really matter at this particular point. I think Jonathan Wright was a pretty cool guy. He was great. He was a hard worker. I think he did a lot of things for the community, and that's all I've ever heard. My gut feeling is that he was a good dude all the way through and through 100%. As to what happened to him, I don't like what happened to him in any way, shape, or form at all. And I believe that action has created a large divide in the team of our staff and so forth. So that being said, I would love to see Jonathan do good things, either here or somewhere else. But be that as it may, as to item number 4, I do believe five. I do believe we need to move forward with hiring this particular company and just get the process going. I'm not keen on spending the money, but it needs to happen.
Comments from the public?
We have two comments. The first will be from Chris Pedigo and the second from Kelly Rich Creek.
Mr. Pedigo.
Thank you and good evening. It's been a very informative night. I would urge you to go forward with a recruiting firm. We did it with Bob Murray and Associates when we picked Marty, and we were all involved in the process. All of us as a total council, no ad hoc committee of any form, the total council. And I think you should wait until after the election before you even start interviewing. And I agree with Mr. Palazzo. This process has become slightly seen in the public's eye as skewed. So I will say that I think spending the money for this consulting firm is the best thing to do, and it is the right thing to do to make the process transparent. And then if anyone who wishes to apply, they may do so. And that's the way we did it. And I think it worked. Some of us may not have liked the outcome, but I will say this, the process was clean, the process was transparent, and the public and the stakeholders had the opportunity to weigh in. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Rich Creek.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear you guys bringing these things up in discussing them. So thank you, Mr. Buttacavoli, for bringing it up and the council for discussing. I wanted to just bring up that because of the way it went down with the city manager firing and then the council not being a part of that information seems skewed, seems very weird because you are the city council, you are in charge of the city manager, yet you had no input and you don't even know all the information. And so I highly encourage you, if you can learn more information, to learn that. So that's what I wanted to say. And as to the point of this CPS, I know the company and it's a good company. So whatever, I'm on board with what the discussion was and what you've decided. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Anyone else from the public?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Perfect. Yes, ma'am.
Do we, at this point, if we're going to take on a recruiting firm, do we need an ad hoc committee? Because was the ad hoc committee intended to choose the firm? Is that what it was for, Jean? I don't know if we need one.
That was the initial committee to help with the selection, and the selection that they made is being presented here. So it had to come back to the council. So yeah, so they didn't make this select. They just, based on the two, this is what the recommendation is from the committee. Okay. The additional work for this other part to appoint the council member Hudson and Vice Mayor to assist in the recruitment process. Mr. Palazzo, maybe you can provide some information on what type of assistance they'll be providing.
Well, at this point, that was discussed when we were kind of reviewing the applications. If there is, a need to have, go to the council, for advice or for some direction, I can work with the recruiter and the two council members, on that, and then come back and report back to the council. That way we don't have to wait 2 weeks. If something does come up, it's also to bounce around ideas, as we get further into, the recruitment process and taking a look at, applications and interviews. Of course, we want to bring all that back to the entire council, but kind of structuring that with the consistency of Vice Mayor Buttacavoli and Council Member Hudson being on the council, come January. It was thought that, they're, establishing the committee, could be valuable.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, no part of that, I know it's the fact that we're going to still be here, but no part of that was in anything to do with the selection of a council member. It was strictly to help with the process to keep it moving forward while there's a transition.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. I understood. So I didn't know that we were going to continue that through the whole process. That was the part that I didn't realize. I thought it was just for the beginning, which is fine. This is fine. So thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that question. Let's like to entertain a motion to allow the interim city manager to move forward with the city manager recruitment process with CPS HR for the attached proposal, and allow the city manager, interim city manager, to execute any necessary recruitment contracts and documentation, and also direct staff to prepare a budget amendment in the amount of $22,500 at mid-year budget review, and also to appoint, this is a long motion, but they're all important, and appoint Vice Mayor and Councilmember Hudson for now Heart Committee to assist the recruitment process.
Make a motion.
Motion by
Second.
Mr. Hudson, second by Ms. McKenzie. Councilmember McKenzie. Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion is approved with a vote of 5-0. Any against? All for it. Okay, 5-0. Okay, let's move to item 6. Contract amendment number 1 with Management Advisory Services, MAS. Recommendations to pass a motion authorize the city manager designee to execute amendment number 1 for $100,000 to the existing agreement with MAS, amount not to exceed $120,000 to continue planning services on projects assigned by the city. Mr. Palazzo.
Mayor, members of council, this item, this contract was entered into Management Advisory Services. I can't get that acronym correct here. Back in July 31st. Initially, there was a $20,000 contract to kind of initially keep planning applications moving forward. The company is a company that will locate a person on site that can, or remotely, that can do projects, and project specific. This position is not a consultant that is running the department or kind of acting as an interim community development director, specifically looking at keeping projects moving forward. So with that, our consultant works about 3 days a week, sometimes a little bit more, and working with our current planning applications. Currently, we have probably 8, 10, 12 current planning applications that are kind of in process. We have about 8 other kind of larger projects that our consultant is helping us kind of move along. One of that is our housing element project. We have a kind of a different consultant than Paul, kind of working on that housing element, but it is through this contract. So the kind of typically in the extension of this contract is costs between $10,000 to $12,000 a month. For those services, they bill at $140 an hour. The original contract was $150, and I arm wrestled them down to shave $10 off that contract. It's very reasonable contract. It's kind of the going rate, within the industry. From my experience in working with RGS, MRG, Rainey, those are all other planning agencies out there. They're kind of in that range, providing the services. So what we need to do is extend the contract. I'd like to extend it to the end of the fiscal year. We had probably a burn rate about $10,000 to $12,000 a month to continue helping us with those planning services. The community development director position is kind of an open position. The kind of plan is to kind of get that recruitment process underway. So we have a pool of applicants that a new city manager once hired, and kind of that new city manager's probably going to be hired around March 1 is our projection. If the process goes according to plan, you'll have a pool of applicants ready for that city manager to take a look at, so they can hire their team. So that's the reason why I like to take this contract through the end of the fiscal year. That being said, the dollar amounts are in the budget from unexpended, salary and benefit That was budgeted, under the community development director. And, I'm recommending that we move forward with this amendment to the contract.
Thank you.
Entertain
Just one quick question.
questions?
So based on what you said, let's say that all those 8 projects in the housing element are completed in December. Like, we don't have to continue the project. It's just as needed basis, right?
Well, yeah, and those projects aren't going to be done by December, but yeah,
it's
it is a as needed directed basis. They're reporting directly, to the city manager, me, at this point, and I'm working closely, with MAS to, what projects they're working on, kind of prioritizing those projects. We've had other staff, Chief Sachs has jumped in and has managed, a couple of, of the larger projects you'll hear one tonight on the agenda. So we have, kind of all hands trying to keep things moving forward.
Thank you. Questions?
Questions?
Yes.
In reading this, excuse my voice. In reading this, they're doing recruitment for an economic development coordinator. Is that part of this
No.
grant? But they won't act as an economic development coordinator, but they will recruit for one. Is that right?
No.
Well, that's what I read.
I don't know where you're reading.
Well, right here, it says that the Management Advisory Service, the scope of service to provide on-call planning service, the initial agreement was to execute the vacancy of the community development. Since the vacancy has been determined, the position required recruitment. The recruitment will take place in approximately 5 to 6 months, extending the consulting service agreement with the Management Advisory Service will assist by providing on-call services and protect the city. It sounds to me like that they're going to be recruiting for the city economic development coordinator.
No.
If they're not, then I was going to ask the question, why would not CPS do that?
Well, yeah, I guess, maybe I'm a little confused on the question.
Well, my question is, I thought that it was saying that they were going to
they're not,
in the hiring.
MAS is not doing anything with the recruitment.
Okay, that answers that
Of a
question.
community development director. Nobody's going to do it. I have not started the recruitment of a community development director. We've, talked about it, staff-wise, a tad. I haven't made any decision whether we're going to do that in-house or go out, to a company like CPS. If I go out to a company like CPS, then I will be back to the council, with a contract and a dollar amount, because there is no funds allocated to do.
What led me to that was the sentence says the MAS consultant will not act as an interim community development director. That kind of alludes itself that there's going to be some tie-in with the community development director.
Yeah, no, that portion is written in the staff report to make it very clear that management advisory services are not acting as an interim community development director. They're here to do only projects for the city.
Got it.
Staff is managing the department. Right now, Chief Sachs is kind of the acting community development director, helping me out, with kind of, day-to-day stuff with staff and management. I'm overseeing the projects, with, Paul at this point, so we're trying to, kind of manage the department and keep things moving.
But did you not start the payment in this with your $50,000, and now that's why you're asking for an adjustment?
So on the payment, this should have been probably the council, at the last council meeting. It was allocated as only $20,000. I missed, read the contract with the date and the amount. That was kind of on me and my fault, trying to get this prepared and get it to the city council. So yes, we have spent probably about $35,000 already on MAS. We're paying their bills because they're doing the work, but I need to catch up and get the administrative part of the contract to the council to get that corrected.
Got it. Thank you. Thank
You're
you,
welcome.
Can I say why I brought it up?
Yeah.
The reason I pulled it is I feel we're getting a little bit loose here on spending, and here's my concern with this particular issue. We gave Chief Sachs a bump to help with handle this department, which was fine. We went through that already. And then this is asking or suggesting at least that we're going to be spending between $11,000 and $12,000 a month. If you were to look at that as a salary, 11,000 is 132,000 a year and 12,000 is 144,000 a year. So I'm just trying to figure out how we've been able to have people in that position full time, not just Jonathan, and this is why I wanted to make sure you were clear on that, but even Jim Bermudez or anyone, that we're spending that kind of money. And this particular request, I believe, is for special projects only. So now we'll be paying equivalent to a full-time position, along with Chief Sachs' increase, which again, I'm not questioning that at this point at all. So it just seems like an awful lot of money to be laying out for somebody that's going to only be doing special projects, which even if they were at a full-time position, I do understand contractors are more money than salary people, but it just hit me to seem to be a lot of money that we were going to allocate for this.
Well, I think it is a lot of money, but we don't have to pay the taxes, the benefits, all the other things that, you know, come to $30,000-$40,000 or whatever that may be. I don't even know what our benefits are, but the package, the payroll stuff.
I got a note here.
You got a number?
And I guess two things. Yeah, it's expensive. It's kind of the going rate, you know, with consultants. We have very good consultants. I mean, they, you know, do an extraordinary amount of work and they're very good at what they do. And they also bring to the table, you know, a lot of different resources. If I have a question on CEQA, they have a CEQA expert that they can call directly and we can get answers from. So there is some benefit, you know, to going out and working with consultants. The community development base salary, or actually top salary, is $120,000 a year. If you add all the benefits to that, the benefit package for that position, we budget $27,630. So, you know, the total salary and benefits for community development director position is $147,630. So, yeah, it's, you know.
And I understand that, but I think that I do understand as a contractor myself, that everything is packaged in there. And I realize that this is at 147. Again, my point being is this isn't even for a full-time position. Now, I understand the going rate. We've never seemed to have the money to pay everybody at the going rates. So I'm concerned. I'm concerned about allocating that much money.
You're not asking to bring money from the reserves, right? This is just based on what's been budgeted.
We have the money based on themselves, and then we're also looking at reimbursements, you know, through grants. You know, we're working on the housing element. We have some grants out there. Forget the acronyms of the grants. Sorry, that, you know, we can, you know, take a look at and see what we can get, you know, reimbursable. I was actually looking, you know, nothing that we can put together right away, but a lot of cities do on their fee schedules. If they're contracting consultants, they have, you know, a consultant reimbursement that they work with, you know, developers. If you have a large like housing project come in, typically the developers will pay for that staff work and time, you know, that it takes to make that happen. We need to establish that in our fee schedules, you know, so we can get some of that reimbursement back into the city.
So if it went above and beyond the budget that was allocated, and giving that, we might be able to get some reimbursement from like the SB1 for our housing element, and that's probably going to cover some of that cost associated with that, or
yeah, whatever the funding is for the housing element. I don't know if it's SB1, but there is some. I forget.
SB2. That's an SB.
Okay, yeah.
We'll go with an SB1 or 2.
Yeah, it's one of those. I don't recall.
But anyway, I think the bottom line is we're not going above and beyond whatever was budgeted at the budget time, meaning we're not overspending.
And we budgeted enough, and you can answer this. We budgeted enough to pay $147,000, or excuse me, $144,000 plus the chief's bump when that position was at 120,000 at the top of the scale. So we went from 120,000, but we budgeted roughly 152, 156.
Jennifer?
Well, I'm going to have
Say that one more time. I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
I'm going to have Jennifer address that. Wait till she come to the mic.
So the number that Jean gave you, the 147,000 something, that was the amount that was fully budgeted for that position for the entire year.
Okay, and we're looking at roughly 156 that we're approving. The 144 plus the bump of the chief puts us at one. But you're feeling there is going to be some grant money to come back on this?
Yes, there possibly
a reimbursement.
There might be some with that, and we also have another position that has been vacant too that was in the budget that we're looking at, that we can also have some salary savings to possibly shift around. A position we're not going to
fill?
We are looking at filling it, but we just haven't filled it yet. It's the I'm going to get the title incorrect. It's the code enforcement person for, sorry, Chief Sachs, do you remember the title of, I'm going to say it wrong, for the code enforcement officer for camping ordinance?
Oh, yes, we budgeted for community improvement specialist.
Thank you.
Position for code enforcement side, whether it's going to be in PD or community development. We do have a salary savings from July 1 until now that position hasn't been filled.
You're going to give that up from your budget?
No, that budget
It's actually currently in community development.
Okay.
correct. It's currently in that budget. So
Watching.
So at the time of, so when we're also looking at this at mid-year, we could also look at if it is going over, we do have some savings from that, it would be in the same department and in the same fund that we can move it around.
Okay, thank you.
But we would never go to reserves unless you guys ask the council, right?
It's big bucks, man.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? Mr. Bartopoli would like to entertain a motion.
No, I would not.
No. Okay, someone needs to entertain a motion for number 5. I don't want to read the whole thing, but
I move.
Number 6.
Is it number 6?
I'd like to entertain a motion for number 6 as
I move
recommended
to
by
approve
staff.
number 6.
There's a motion by Councilmember Simmons. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Member McKenzie? Councilmember Hudson?
Aye.
Councilmember Simmons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bettacavoli?
No.
And Mayor Samayoa?
Aye. Motion's approved with a vote of 4-1. Let's move to item 12, I believe. Okay, 12. Was been pulled from the consent calendar. Approve entering into agreement with iPark parking services. The recommendation from staff is to pass a motion to approve resolution to enter into an agreement with iPark parking services for multitude of police department services. This recommendation comes from our Chief of Police, Mr. Sachs. Sir.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, yes, here before you this evening is to enter an agreement with iPark Parking Services for police department services. So we were with Complus as our current contract provider at Complus Data Innovations. Passport Lab Inc. had recently purchased that company, and no new contract was provided to us. As we started looking through Passport's options available, they don't provide as much options as we would like. They don't pay the county fees. Their rate of return is a lot less. And so as we looked at the platforms of parking enforcement across the board, we started also looking at the fact that they're going to shut down their California offices and they want us to ship everything to New York. And they're currently not inputting any of our citation data. So we have a 0% collection at this point in time. So as we move forward, we did some analysis with iPark parking systems. And we really like their platform. One of the biggest things for us is it'll save time on finance and police department staff. It will also has a higher percentage of collection rate versus the other platforms. The other platforms were 50%. We're looking at 75% with iPark. And so they have some big contracts with Contra Costa, Anaheim, San Francisco, that locally they have a Yuba Community College Police District. We've looked at some of their systems in years past. In the current budget for 2021, I had proposed that we move to iPark Solutions for January or July 1. However, that funding was cut out of the budget. But now coming before you, we're in a position where we're not able to issue any parking citations at this point in time in the entire city, and we need to find a new platform. So our first step would be, to approve the contract to be able to enter to iPark Solutions for this platform. It also falls in the first steps of implementing our new parking enforcement and management program, because we want to start moving towards looking at the kiosk system as part of the parking management plan that was reviewed in years past. This year, council had approved a $20,000 budget for the Marysville boat dock. And as a part of that, there was a kiosk, an electronic kiosk that was approved for that parking system to help enforce and maintain parking in the boat dock area. So this iPark system would integrate with the kiosk system, just depends on what software upgrades and what provider we go with. But on average, it's a $5,000 to $10,000 price per kiosk, depending on the availability and that manufacturer, like I just indicated. That kiosk would come out of the Marysville boat dock budget. And the only reason I mentioned that in this staff report was to allow council to know that in order for us to complete that project for the boat dock and get a kiosk in there for that parking maintenance program, we're going to need a new program, and this new program supports it as we move forward. There's no recommendations in this staff report. I know Council Member Simmons was concerned. There's no other recommendations in here to apply or solicit for any other kiosk for the downtown or any other portion of the city at this point in time. If we were to do that, we would bring it back to council for a complete analysis at that point. So this evening, when we're looking at this, the unbudgeted one-time cost is $8,825. However, we're anticipating that this will be offset by parking revenue, along with what our current contract is with the other company, so offsetting. And they also participate in the revenue share. So if in the event there is a mechanism where we need to look for an alternative to help offset those costs, I will work with the finance director at mid-year, and as we move past the mid-year, in order to help make up those costs and help offset the budget. Open any questions.
Yeah, excuse me. When we wrote the ordinance for the boat dock funding, that's in an ordinance where that money can be used nothing but support of the boat dock. Absolutely nothing. In saying that, the boat dock parking fine is $200. That fine was supposed to at one time be shared with the police department, the Superior Court judge, and the boat dock. We have not received any of that funding from those fines. So we need to address that and find out what percentage of that money on that boat dock, that $200, goes into the boat dock fund to support that boat dock maintenance and upkeep. We just spent $20,000 to have the weeds removed from it. I think it was 12,000? What was it, Greg, to remove the weeds? About $9,000 out of that fund to eradicate the weeds.
He said $9,000 for the public.
Thank you.
Out of the 20?
Out of the 20.
It was already gone.
Yeah, we paid for it. And it was 3 weeks, it was back again, the weeds. But anyway, my point is, we need to rectify that, find out why some of that money on the traffic parking is not contributed to the boat dock. It should be. And that's my summation.
That's not the question here. The question is to pass, and I understand, and you're asking staff to investigate that for you about the current ordinance of the boat dock and assuring that the funding is distributed as whatever the ordinance states. So, for this particular thing is whether or not you're okay with entering into an
Well,
agreement.
he
with
asked me
Airport.
about the $200 and I just clarified that. That's just a matter of information for you guys. You may not have known that. So to answer your question, Mayor, I think that I approve in my support of the
our park services,
our police department.
Question.
Yes.
So, I mean, I think I got it through your explanation there, Chief. But I'm getting foggy. To be clear, this is an integrated software system that we're going into contract with, or is there something more than that?
Yeah, it's a new parking platform where they'll handle all of our parking citation, everything. So what'll happen is our officers will have a handheld kiosk. They'll be able to take pictures of license plates. They'll be able to issue the citations. Those citations are sent to this company. They process it. They collect the payment for us. They pay the court fees. They pay the county fees. So our staff doesn't have to do it like currently now. So it'll save on staff time. If the people don't pay, then they will actually automatically send it for collections, and they've got a 75% rate over the 50% rate of other folks. Additionally, we'll be able to do virtual permits. So individuals will not have to come into City Hall. They can actually they can log into iPark and they'll be able to buy their boat dock permit online. With credit card, they can do any of their residential permits or whatever city lot permits that they have, and we can do that all online now and save city staff cost and time.
So
print it out for them.
Sorry, I mean,
No, you're good.
this is more beneficial for other departments as well, just besides the police department.
Absolutely, it'll save time, finance, and staff at the front counter time for those permits that are having to be issued over the counter. If the people decide to use our virtual platform, as far as the finance side, basically right now the checks would be coming to us. They would have to figure out what the splits are, go through all the financial data, and then send out and disperse those checks. And that would alleviate this whole problem.
Yeah, the jails and all that. I get that.
So it'll save staff time on their end and our end as well.
So it's a one-time increase out of budget of $8,000 plus whatever you've already budgeted for the software maintenance fee.
Correct. And we're anticipating that those costs will be offset. I was just pointing out that it's $88.25 to get going and started, and we're going to initially pay that, which may put me over at this point, but we're hoping that we're anticipating that it will be hopefully offset with parking revenue and offsetting with the current contract that we have already.
Is it cost more in the long run, not counting the the initial fees? Are they more expensive than the former integrated system you're using?
No.
That's the same price.
No, it's just this initial startup cost because we're mid-year.
And it's just software, it's not hardware?
Well, it's actually hardware, and we actually negotiated with them really well. I don't want to get into the weeds, but it was originally at $14,000 and we got them down to $88.25. So they waived a lot of their fees for us. They waived a lot of their annual software cost, and they actually waived the handheld devices for us, which was $150 monthly cost.
Sweet.
So we got it from $14,000 down to $88.25.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
One of the questions I had, or I want to make sure of, it's not actually a question, probably more for the council than for you, Chief. I have no problem with the program upgrades and that. My concern that I got out of this, or at least jogged my memory, is it says for additional, or it's stated as if we're going to get additional kiosks here, and they would all work hand in hand here. I just want to make sure that we don't end up putting in any kiosks anywhere else without it coming before the council. And I guess I'm hoping you're not anticipating revenues from putting paid parking in another area. For instance, the most obvious one is there's always been talk of doing one on D Street, which I don't want to put paid parking on D Street. So I guess the question to you would be, are you anticipating having to have revenue from an additional kiosk somewhere else?
No, sir.
Okay.
So we would look at the long-range parking management plan and all the parking studies. We work with Mr. Platt in reference to that. And then we would, if there is a recommendation to add additional kiosks, or if that's the will of the council or the directors, then we would bring that recommendation forward on an area where they would best benefit the recycling and opening of parking spaces. But at this point in time, there's been no discussion of any additional kiosk. It's only the software. This company and this platform will support the software for the kiosk itself and integrate into the system. So we'd have to do a software upgrade to put the kiosk in, and that will allow us to complete the boat dock project that we had budgeted for.
Okay, thank you. Yes. No further questions. I'd like to open up to the public. Any comments from the public?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Thank you.
Oh, I apologize.
Oh.
Mr. Pedigo has a quick question.
Mr. Pedigo. Sir?
I helped write the boat dock ordinance with Councilman Simmons, and the exact language in the municipal code is reserved for the boat dock. So I support the kiosk. I would just support my former colleague that all those funds that belong to the boat dock remain there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments from the public?
Not at this time.
Wonderful. Let's move to, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the resolution to enter into the agreement with iPark Parking Services as recommended by our police chief.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Kinsey, second by Mr. Barkawoli. Is that who made the second? Oh, Mr. Simmons. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved. The vote of 5-0.
Mayor?
Yes.
May I ask for a 2 to 3 minute recess for technological updates?
For $1.
For $1.
Yes. We'll take a 2 to 3 minute recess.
Perfect. And just for anybody who's attending right now, I have to actually end the meeting to extend it. I didn't think we'd be here this late. So you will have to log back in. I do apologize.
I somehow knew we'd be here this late. I could put money down on it.
We can show you how. Live streaming can be simple and not expensive. You may already have the basic tools right in your hand. But it's more than just pushing live to communicate effectively. That's where Yuba-Sutter.live and Live Streaming YS on Facebook can help you. Make it easy to jump in. Just give us a call at 530-301-2931 or visit our website, www.yuba-sutter.live. Yuba-Sutter's home of live streaming and live streaming tools, live streaming services, technology, and training. Live streaming is Yuba-Sutter.live.
We work for sounds of pitter-patter. We sweat for moments of triumph. And we look forward to lunchroom chatter. We do it to help businesses prosper and communities thrive. It takes passion. It takes leadership and innovation. And it requires plenty of perseverance and teamwork. We are the catalyst for economic growth. We are the convener for leaders and influencers. We are the champion for a stronger Yuba-Sutter. We are the Yuba-Sutter Chamber of Commerce. Grow with us.
Sierra Central Credit Union, banking where you live and work.
Between work and all my other daily duties, it's hard for me to get to the bank. That's why I do all my banking using Sierra Central Online Banking with the mobile banking app. I just snap a picture of any checks I need to deposit, or I pay my bills with their online bill payer service. It's so easy and convenient. I use my laptop, desktop, PC, or mobile device anytime from anywhere. That's how I live life, at the speed of me.
Can I get a little more from you?
This community was made for more. More kindness, more support, more hope. Together we can overcome anything. Stay active, stay healthy, stay connected. That's what a community does. Made for more. Adventist Health.
All aboard!
California's wildfires are threatening our communities. Flying embers from wildfires can travel up to a mile away, invading communities and destroying homes. When you and your neighbors create defensible space, you help protect your community from wildfire. Clear away dead trees, brush, and vegetation within 100 feet of your home to slow or stop the spread of wildfire. Create defensible space. Do your part to protect your community. Learn how from CAL FIRE at readyforwildfire.org.